On behalf of the Academic Development and Instructional Improvement Committee, I call this meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Bofi. Mr. Castillo.
Here.
Dr. Davis.
Here.
Ms. Ellis.
Here.
Mr. Garvey.
Here.
Ms. Holloway. Ms. Holloway is not present. Mr. Mellering.
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here.
Ms. Orange Jones. Mr. Rock.
Here.
Ms. Bochet. Ms. Rocca. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First item, please.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 4.2 through 4.5.
May I have a motion, please? Mr. Garvey, second, Mr. Rock. Any public comment? Anything from the superintendent? Nope. Any comments from the board? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your first item is on page 3, item 3.1. Consideration of an update report regarding the Division of School Improvement. The recommendation is to receive.
May I have a motion, please? Mr. Castillo and Mr. Garvey, second. Superintendent.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mellering. I'm really excited to share this particular presentation with you all. A couple of years ago, we introduced our concept around supporting systems across the state in regards to turnaround and working with some of the schools that have experienced some of the most significant challenges and performance outcomes. And so we took the team members that were previously at the department and were working on a number of different issues, and we streamlined an approach around 5 key areas where we would work with school systems to help transform some of the schools that needed the most support. And so we had a team of roughly 20 field-facing team members that work in the field every day to support schools around basically 5 key areas. We're keeping it streamlined, keeping it tight. And the other important thing to note is we ask school systems if they want this level of support, the school system has to agree to a memorandum of understanding with the agency. It spells out what we will provide, what they will do, because we want to be working with individuals and systems that feel like they want to be part of this effort. And we're really excited about the work that's happened over the last couple of years. I wanted to reintroduce the board to that work and allow the leader of that particular unit, Ms. Malika Salim Morgan, who is with us today to make this particular presentation. So Malika, it's your show.
Good morning, board. There we go.
And Malika, you'll have to speak up because that mic sometimes doesn't pick up.
Okay, I had to turn it on first. Good morning. Thank you so much for the introduction, Dr. Brumley. Good morning, board members. As Dr. Brumley mentioned, I am Malika Salim Morgan. I lead the Division of School Improvement here at the State Department. And so our work as a division began in January of 2021. 2 short years ago, we began a concentrated effort to support system leaders, to support school leaders in improving teaching and learning across our state. We merged 2 teams to become 1 team with a clear focus, centered in working around one purpose, supported by specific people, protocols, practices, and a promise to do whatever we could do to ensure that all students had access to high quality instruction. The Division of School Improvement sits within the Office of Teaching and Learning, which is led by Dr. Jenna Chasson. And this was very strategic because school improvement does not happen in isolation. For school improvement to occur and to be sustainable, it was important that we be able to work with other divisions within the Office of Teaching and Learning. So I work closely with leaders in academic content, educator development, diverse learners, in addition to leaders across other offices in our agency. Our team is the only team that is 100% field-based. School improvement does not happen at the SEA level. It does not happen in the Claver building. It happens in the field, and that's where our team engages in this important work. And so our purpose is rooted in service. We have a mission statement that guides everything we do. We exist to provide differentiated and targeted support to system leaders, to support school leaders in the implementation of what we have identified as 5 best practices Those best practices are instructional leadership team support, teacher collaboration support, teaching standard support, principal standard support, and career pipeline support. Our purpose in doing this work is to ensure that system level leaders and school leaders have what they need to improve their instructional practices. And for this to happen, we have to be committed to providing differentiated and targeted support. This aligns with our beliefs at the division in terms of our belief to achieve priorities. And so our work does not occur in isolation of what we believe at the department in terms of providing the best support to system and school leaders to improve instructional practices. The 5 best practices, I mentioned those to you before. There are 2 that we've really honed in on, which are instructional leadership team support and teacher collaboration support. Both of those are part of what we consider as high quality professional learning structures. So instructional leadership team support and teacher collaboration support, along with career pipeline support, helps us to make sure that what is happening at the system level and the school level is tightly focused on those building level needs and those system level needs. So our purpose is always rooted in needs. And so for us, the needs are identified based on our children that are attending label schools. And so in Louisiana, our schools that have labels are either CIR, which is Comprehensive Intervention Required, or URRA, Urgent Intervention Required Academies. And so you see our data from 2018 to current in terms of the number of schools that had these labels. 2018 is pre-COVID. And then currently in 2022, we now have 343 label schools. Yes, I saw some eyebrows raised. That are in need of comprehensive intervention. The increase in that number, if you look at the chart, we went from 264 URRA schools to 163. So what happened was those URRA schools, if they had that label for 3 consecutive years, because of subgroup performance that was not where it needed to be, then they turned into CRR schools. So this year, we had an addition of 133 CRR schools who are eligible for the support that we provide. Because this support is very important, you have to have the right people to engage in the support. And so I am very proud of the team we have. As Dr. Bromley mentioned, this team was created in 2021. I'm honored to lead the team along with an amazing leadership team. And we believe in not just talking about the work, we actually do the work. Meaning if we are supporting instructional leadership teams at the system and school level, then we also have an instructional leadership team. And so my instructional leadership team consists of myself. I have 2 directors that manage and support the field-based team, Drs. Carla Trahan-Etienne and Dr. Misty Davis. I have a chief of staff, Glenn Corbin, pod leaders who are also school improvement support specialists, Jesse Uncle and Anna Tico, and the amazing administrative program specialist that keeps me focused, Jessica Weed. And so as a leadership team, we are focused on building the support of my team to make sure that we are able to provide high quality support to system level leaders to support the school leaders. And so our protocol is pretty much what I've mentioned before. We are all about building capacity. If our children are to receive a high quality educational experience, then we must commit to building capacity. That building capacity starts with us at the SCA. My team, we focus on making sure that the team has the knowledge and skills to support improvement efforts, and that will trickle down to system level leaders. System level leaders will work to build the capacity of school leaders who work to build the capacity of teachers so that ultimately all children attending these schools have improved academic outcomes. So our work from 2021 to 2022, 2023 has increased significantly, and we are very proud of that. And so when we started in 2021, 2022, we had 129 schools across 49 systems that chose to receive this support. And so those were traditional and charter systems. And as Dr. Brumley mentioned, an MOU agreement was signed, meaning members of my team met with points of contact with each system, and they agreed, most of them, that they wanted this support, and that support was documented, and they also identified the specific schools that would receive that support. As I mentioned before, when we started this work, there were 253 schools. We don't have the capacity to support all of those schools, and so we worked with the system level leaders to help them prioritize which schools in your system are best situated to receive and benefit this support. And so currently, right now, we have 55 traditional and charter school systems that are receiving our support. That's an increase of 52% from when we started in 2021 to where we are now. And so to us, that signifies that our work is making an influence, and hopefully we will see greater impacts in student achievement. And indirectly, our work is impacting about 80,000 students who attend these schools. And so with our work, we are very focused, and part of our protocol is that we set goals. And so when we got here in 2021, we set a goal for what would happen as a result of the work we are doing and the support we are providing. And so our first goal was that by November 2022, 30% of the 129 traditional public and charter schools would increase their SBS by 3 points. These are those specific schools that system level leaders identified as those that would receive the support. And because of the amazing work of my leadership team and the field-based specialists that support systems in schools, we exceeded our goal. So instead of 39 of the 129 schools improving their SBS by 3 points, 49% of those schools receiving support from my team increased their SBS by 3 points. Additionally, 63% of those schools increased at least by 1 point. So that means we have work to do. We are not satisfied because even though we exceeded our goal, there are still schools that did not 3 points, so that means 98 of those 196 schools will improve. In order for that to happen, this year we set short-term goals. So we know by November of 2023 what we want to happen, but to get there, we have to set short-term goals. And so our short-term goals are really focused on, the first one was focused on laying a foundation, establishing or reestablishing these positive relationships with system level leaders and school leaders. And so from June of 2022 until September of 2022, the field-based team conducted beginning of year conversations with each system in their portfolio. These conversations were very critical because they focus on leveraging strengths. Even though the schools have had struggles and we communicated with system level leaders in terms of us wanting to support them, there's always something good that happens, and we focus on the positive and try to use that to leverage improvement in a certain area. So that was our first cycle goal. Our second cycle goal was from September 16th to December 31st, 2022, and it was about using data. We don't believe in just doing stuff. We also want to collect data to inform us if what we are doing is actually working and making a difference. And so the data that we were collecting, most of it was qualitative, was to create high quality support plans to ensure that the support was differentiated and targeted and based on those specific needs at the system and school level. And currently, we are working specifically on using site-based observation data to continuously refine the plans. And so, as I just mentioned, we collect data. We have my chief of staff develop an amazing job form and data dashboard that's aligned to our observation tools. And we use the tools, number one, to norm our language in terms of feedback we're giving to the system level leaders to support them in giving feedback to the principals. And we also use the tools in the data to give us a common language in terms of areas in which we as a team need to grow or may need additional support. And so this data is from last year. So last year we conducted 472 observations. What we observed was specific to best practices. Most systems chose to receive support in instructional leadership team or teacher collaborations. For us to ensure that what was happening in instructional leadership team and teacher collaborations was aligned to student and teacher needs, we also conducted classroom observations as well, K-2 setting, 3-12 setting. All of this is to make sure that we rethink or reimagine school improvement as, something we do one time to this mindset of continuous improvement. We all can continuously improve. And so this year we're really focused on continuous improvement through the plan, do, check, act process. It's a research-based process. And so with us, the planning is always started with using data to define a purpose. Once we have developed a plan and actions in that plan, we actually go out and do. We use data to check to make sure that what we're doing is having an impact. And then we add or refine, and this is how we work, but it's also how we support system level leaders to support school leaders. Because ultimately what we want to happen within the schools and the system serving those schools is change, and change starts and is sustainable through continuous improvement. And so our practices at the SEA to ensure that this work is supported at multiple levels happens 3 ways. And so I've pretty much talked about the school-based, the field-based support that my team provides. However, support is also provided through 2 high-quality professional learning opportunities that happen every year. School Support Institutes, and new this year, Level Up Best Practices, which will occur at Teacher Leader Summit 2023. And with these 3 structures to support school improvement, we found that participants, whether at the school level or SCA level, see that this is what we value at the department, because we are putting a lot of effort and support and making sure that support is always high quality and aligned and continuous. So with our School Support Institutes, we brought them back this year, 2022-2023, and we have 5 pathways. The 3 pathways that are most aligned to school improvement are observation and feedback, instructional leadership team support, and teacher collaboration support. And we just finished a virtual School Support Institute session last week. So to date, participants have had 2 face-to-face sessions, 2 virtual sessions. You see the attendance by cohort, so this is a statewide high-quality professional learning opportunity that is facilitated through cohorts. So we have 4 cohorts. Attendance, cohorts were able to choose the pathway that most aligned to their needs at the school building level. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. We have over 1,000 participants, and these participants come from schools and the district level. And again, the majority of them, 90% or so, strongly agree that these opportunities, the way these opportunities are facilitated, are engaging, effective, and support their school improvement efforts. The next high-quality professional learning opportunity that's happening this year that we're really excited about in a couple of months, Level Up School Improvement Best Practices. So for 2 years, we have been supporting system level leaders and school leaders in strengthening their foundational understanding of the school improvement best practices. And now it's time to level up. to really dig deeper into understanding how to leverage these practices through using high-quality instructional materials to really plan for sustainable school improvement efforts. And so this will happen through a 4-day session at Teacher Leader Summit, in addition to 3 days of off-site support. Participants will also have access to a portal from our high-quality vendor that also gives additional resources that support school improvement. All of this rests in our promise as a division, and I believe as an SEA, definitely as an office of teaching and learning, we work intentionally to cultivate relationships rooted in kindness and respect and empathy. Dr. Brown's gonna kill me, but in love, because I lead with love. That's just who I am. But for us, our promise is to work in a way to where we have built relationships, we maintain these positive and respectful relationships so that system level leaders and school level leaders continue to commit to ensure that we're all working together to make sure that all children have access to the high quality education that they deserve.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Ms. Bishop?
I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I know that it's good work throughout the state. I have a couple of questions though with this. I know that you talked about the goal of raising the SPS by 3 points. And please correct me if I'm wrong, most of the schools are in UIR, a subgroup, UIR academic because of subgroups. We could have A and B schools in UIR because they're SPED subgroup, the majority of it is SPED subgroup followed closely by English language learner subgroups. Are we tracking, because I'm seeing the scores rise in the SPS, but I'm not seeing it commensurate within the subgroup, which are putting the schools in the designation of urgent intervention required. Are we tracking the increases in the SPS for the particular subgroups that the schools are in that designation for? And I think that, the overall planning and school planning is vital and it's good. It brings that back together. I've heard, though, that what we really may wish to focus in on a great deal are the practices necessary to raise those achievement levels or to raise the performance of our students with disabilities or our English language learners. And that's why we're seeing these schools go from a grad from UIR academic into CIR, because even if the school is improving as a whole, those subgroups are not. And that is, of great concern. And my second one, I know that we're talking with the, say, for example, schools that are going into CIR requiring for additional funding to take up literacy coaches or whatever. I think that's the next thing coming down. I'm a little concerned with, can we look at why the school is in, say, CIR and look toward that particular need? And I'll give you an example. Say in my district, okay, I have an alternative school. That group 10 performance points. SPS grew by 10, with that rubric. What I need is something, and the only reason they're in CIR is the dropout rate, because that is a highly volatile, student body. I need something different in that school than I need in a school that might be in UIR because of their SPED subgroup. So are we going to maybe have some flexibility within this model to actually target for reasons for it and to try then to track the data? Are we seeing improvement then in what put these schools in this designation? I hope that wasn't too random.
No, ma'am, it wasn't. Your first question around the differentiation for those URA schools that are identified because of specific subgroups. So as Dr. Brumley mentioned before, no school system is mandated to receive our support. Once a school system agrees to receive the support, we work with them to customize which schools are going to receive the support. Right now, most systems are not choosing for URA schools to be a part of this. It's not a requirement this year through Super Act planning or any of that. And so the majority of our work is focused on CIR schools. In terms of the data that we are collecting to differentiate support, we partner with systems to create plans that include all of that. So we don't come in to a system with a plan. We work with system leaders. Most superintendents identify a point of contact, and we work with that point of contact to create a customized plan based upon their data, what they know needs to happen in their system, and then we work the plan that we co-develop.
Okay, well, maybe we're in a little different division here. So we have the mandates for the UIR schools and what they have to participate in, and now there are a couple of mandates coming down to establish on the CIR schools.
So this
May not be under your purview, but maybe I had the wrong part.
Right, so this particular group, we have a team of about 20 field-based individuals, and they are 100% trained on instructional best practice implementation, which is teacher collaboration, ILT, the things that she mentioned before. You know, at this point, I don't think that team strays from that focus, and so when we're talking about some of the other areas of support where you may need around dropout or behavior or those types of things, that would come from a different office. But I'm happy to, I want to continue this conversation around what targeted supports you think that we need to try to implement, because that would be helpful for us. But it's not that I don't think, I know.
Maybe we can talk about it at the next meeting when I'm speaking then,
Yeah.
in terms of UIR schools and the first two modules of this 5-module school improvement, which is the instructional leadership team and the teacher collaboration board's mandate to do. And now there are some additional mandates that with the CIR school that's coming down, is my understanding. And I'd like to make sure that it is focused on what that particular school needs and why they're in that designation and what we can do to improve that area with those practices. So
No, that's
we'll look
fair.
at that.
Yeah, that's fair. But this particular team is, I need to keep them like fairly laser focused on the instructional areas of improvement. But yeah, let's have that conversation and let's talk about what additional schools might be needed.
Okay, that's fine, as long as we get to the next one.
Ms. Orange.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for such a comprehensive presentation. It's very much appreciated. I want to come back to the goals. Right? So, we know good goals are at the nexus of ambitious and achievable. Can you speak to the significance of the 3%, the 3-point SPS growth, and what that actually means in the life of a child or children in that building? Like, why 3? Why not 10? Why not 1? And then the same is true for the percentage. So you mentioned the goal was 39%, we got to 49%. How did that number become the target, and what was the data that led to that?
When we started in 2021, in terms of the goal, wanting it to be rigorous and realistic, before the goal was actually set, because it was different, reached out to the AAA team in terms of historically what the school improvement look like. When we're thinking about label schools, how much do they grow on average, and then what growth actually equates a year's worth of learning. So that was a combined effort with the AAA team back in 2021. So 3 SPS points indicates average growth over the course of a year. And our goal initially the first year, because I am very ambitious, was 50%. And my feedback that I got was like, okay, just started, you have a brand new team, think through. And so what we had to do was not think of increasing the SBS of all of the 253 schools in 2021, which was where we started, but thinking of the schools that actually were receiving the support. And so we just started with 30% as an arbitrary number. We didn't think it was too high or too low. And so, because we didn't come in with a baseline. And so after 2021, 2022, we had the baseline, which was 49%. And again, wanted to just make gradual increases, 50%, with our current goal, but we do think that is rigorous and realistic and attainable. So that's how we identified those particular goals.
Thank you. To clarify, so the 3 SPS points, you said that kind of signaled the average growth a school could make in a year?
For the label schools, so, you know, my work.
Historically, like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then the power of your intervention, do you think it's like adding to that? Like if we had no presence in these schools, is your belief that those 3 points wouldn't happen?
In my heart, I want to say, no, I don't believe that the growth would have happened, but I'm also realistic in terms of I know how often we are in systems and in schools, and I will never take away from the work that's done at the system level and the school level. And so we've been talking about impact versus influence. And so what I believe is that our work is influencing those mindset shifts at the system level and school level that will promote this continuous improvement. And so we are thinking through if there's a better way for us to measure the quality of implementation and our impact. That's kind of our study right now. But I think the greater shifts that we're seeing with the systems and schools we support come from influence. We are practitioners, and so we are not coming in telling you about the research. We do know the research, but we've actually used it and seen success in using it. And so that's how we were able to increase the percentage of systems and schools that we're supporting over these past 2 years. So to answer your question, yes, but
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Morris.
Yes, I'm also very much along with Superintendent Boucher and my colleague, Ms. Holmes-Jones. I really appreciate the fact that you guys have targeted goals, that they're bold, they're ambitious, and that you're here sharing them with us. So really appreciate that focus. I also appreciate the accomplishment, with 3 points improvement in the SBS and influence, that you're bringing to the classroom level. So my question is, if I'm a student, I have 2 questions. If I'm a student, if I'm a teacher, how does school change for me because of the influence that you provide? Can you give me an example for each one of each?
I can. And so I'll start with the student level because I believe that's why we're all here, is to ultimately serve our students. And so learning and teaching, they don't occur in silos. And so in terms of students learning, that learning is only going to happen, or there's a greater likelihood that students learn when the quality of instruction is improved. And so what we noticed because of our support, our coaching, feedback, is that classroom instruction is focused on student needs, meaning, yes, we have high quality instructional materials that teachers have access to, but understanding the how to use the high quality instructional materials to result in improved student outcomes. And so when we observe, we conduct peer observations with system level leaders and school leaders, we have a narrow focus. What is the teacher doing? What is the teacher doing and saying? What are students doing and saying? And so that data is what we use to identify the quality. When I say quality of instruction, we do not rate, more so just the quality in terms of are the students actually learning. And we give that feedback to the system level leader to give to the school leader to give to the teacher. So It starts with what we see in terms of learning at the student level. Are they actually using the rigorous tests? Are they actually working the most rigorous math problems? Are there opportunities not just to speak, but to show or demonstrate their learning, written working problems, and from there, then that indicates that they're not, that indicates a teacher need, that indicates a school leader need, that indicates a system level leader need. And so that's how we work, starting with what we see happening at the classroom level, but then understanding how that indicates what needs to happen from the top to ensure that what we're seeing in the classroom is improved. Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Warren,
Sorry, I know, it's a little bit of a data nerd. So I actually am curious, though, if you consider setting student level goals. Like, when all is said and done, will more students be proficient as a result of as a result of your efforts, right? Like, if you, I guess I'm getting stuck at this SPS level because I'm like, that doesn't tell me enough about what's happening at the student level. You guys must have grappled with this.
We have, and so SPS for us is the student level goal, because an SPS is based, most of it is based on the assessment indices. And so what we do, we can't, because our influence is not great enough for us to set a student level goal and progress monitor that. And so what we do is support system level leaders, to support school leaders to set those student level goals, long-term and short-term, and progress monitor those. So we do look at student level data, but we don't use it to gauge the quality of our work, but we support system level leaders as well.
any other questions or comments from the board? Any objection to the motion? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
The next item is on page 14, item 3.2, consideration of an update report regarding progress toward meeting key performance indicators for ESSER investments. The recommendation is to receive.
Can I have a motion? Dr. President, Mr. Brown. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. So one of the areas where we committed FDA set aside dollars from the COVID dollars from the federal government was around helping individual school systems develop strategic plans for their systems in a thoughtful way that looked at data, where you had needs assessments conducted, and plans were built collectively within the local school system on where they are, where they intend to go, how they intend to get there. And so our school system relations office has led out on this work, and Dr. Jennifer Tulleton is the day-to-day point of contact for this particular body of work. And we're really excited about what we're seeing throughout the state as systems have taken part in this process to think about being strategic with their efforts. And I just wanted Dr. Tulleton to give the board an update on where we stand in terms of our first cohort, our second cohort, and what we're looking at moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Brumley. Jennifer Tuttleton with the System Relations Team. Thank you all for receiving this information today. As Dr. Brumley said, we are going to talk about a particular priority that falls in one of our priority fives for the department and under systems, structures, and partnerships. And this is a very exciting initiative called Strong School Systems, where we support our superintendent to develop a 5-year strategic plan with an aligned budget. And we are now in cohort 3. So if you'll take a look at our key performance indicator, we had a prior state goal in 21-22 having 15 school systems participate in our Strong School System strategic planning. We are excited that we achieved that goal, and we are now up to 27 in this past year of systems working with us on Strong School System strategic planning. We anticipate exceeding our goal this next year with over 40 systems participating in this particular initiative. As you can see here on the screen, we've made a big investment in this area. Our desire is for school systems to have a strong aligned budget, aligned to state level priorities that also allow them to most efficiently utilize their ESSER dollars. And as you can see, our total investment here as a department has been $6 million investment over the course of it will be over the course of 4 years by the time we complete our final cohort. We've also made significant HG investments, $3.8 million over the course of, it will be 4 years as well. So what are we investing in when you think about strong school systems? What specifically is it that system leaders are doing? So with this, they are creating a strategic plan, a 5-year plan that's based on a shared vision at the system level, again, with an aligned budget. We started 2 years ago with our first cohort, and we take them through a very significant, impactful process. We work with them over the course of a year, providing technical assistance to help them do things like how do we identify what our vision and mission is, what we want to be true for students in 3 to 5 years. We go through a process with them, and they also have technical assistance. We take them through a process where they establish this vision and mission. And one of the most significant pieces that we support school systems on, and I believe our superintendents would tell you that how valuable this is, we do a deep organizational diagnostic where we engage with stakeholders, we engage with teachers, students, community members, and we look at cognitive data, anecdotal data, classroom observations, and they get a very in-depth look at their school systems. And how this has helped our superintendents is it's allowed them to recognize where some gaps are across the system, whether that's from classroom to classroom, from school to school, maybe through a feeder pattern in their system. And once they do that, we take them through a process where they identify the initiatives. We call this kind of removing barriers and bringing resources. Some of the times it is removing some of the initiatives that haven't been a return on investment for our superintendents. And so we bring together a list, if you will, of different initiatives that are research-based that align to the gaps that they have in their systems. And from there, they step out a 3 to 5 year plan. What are we going to do in year 1? What are we going to do in year 2? And identify key stakeholders that are going to lead that work. Once our cohorts finish their strategic plan, we work with them on developing a communication plan and a continuation of investment with stakeholders. How are they going to progress monitor? How are they going to keep folks involved and informed? So basically a communication plan that goes along with that. One of the great things and one of the nice things about this investment is that not only do we help support with this 3 to 5 year strategic plan, we give them about 10 months of progress monitoring where there are check-ins with the superintendents, helping them support their steer co-committees. And there's also a data dashboard, much like you all have seen Ms. Mitchell present here with our KPIs. Our school systems who are participating in this strategic planning initiative also have a dashboard. And our superintendents tell us that this has been a tremendous value to help them progress monitor the work that they're doing. So finally, when it comes to our KPIs, we have 4 key indicators for our success around this initiative. We focus, 1, on learning, like what is happening in the cohort, how are folks advancing, building their own capacity. Also, the quality of the plans. Are the plans robust? Are they aggressive? Are they manageable? To some of our points earlier in the previous presentation, are the goals attainable but also high level? Then the effectiveness of implementation is another key area that we monitor ourselves on. And then finally, at the end of the day, the thing that is most important is student growth. So as you can see here, we set a target of 4 out of 5 based on perceptions. This is feedback from our superintendents and key stakeholders that are involved in this process. And this is done through a survey and written feedback. And we've obtained over the course of 2 cohorts, and our 3rd cohort is just about to give us this feedback. We've averaged a 4.7 out of 5 rating, so we have exceeded our expectation in our 1st and 2nd cohort. As far as the quality of the plans, each school system submits plans to technical assistance into our office, system relations. We use a evaluation tool that was co-created by everyone in the cohort and signed off on. And our desire was that school systems on each domain would receive a 2.5 out of 3 average score. And in cohort 1 and 2, we've exceeded that, where school systems are scoring on average, or not on average, all systems have been scoring a 3. I will tell you, because that is a submission process, many of our school systems have decided to react to the feedback and increase the scores, which is what we want to happen. That's fantastic. The effectiveness of implementation. This is also a rubric-based assessment on how well is the implementation going. And on that, we set a goal for ourselves in the first 2 cohorts to be at a 2.5 out of 3, and we've averaged a 3.3. And then finally, our growth. We certainly want out of this initiative for there to be reduce the gaps of student achievement across all of our cohorts, our 3 cohorts. So we're measuring ourselves on this. 80% of our systems will improve at the 75th percentile or higher, and gaps narrow on 2 to 3 prioritized goals that they have. We are currently assessing that, looking at cognitive data, working on collecting other data. So we have not been able to determine that yet. It's too soon, but we should be able, in several months, come back to you with some initial data around that piece. I will share that our superintendents have expressed growth that they're seeing based on the work they're doing, based on their classroom observations, cultural things that are happening in their systems, and so we're receiving positive feedback. Because of that, moving into this next year, we have 20 more systems that are raising their hand and asking for this support. So that's a testament to this work, and we're really pleased about that. Questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
I just want to point out that this is, I think, an area where this is not just around immediate learning loss relative to COVID, but it's a place where we're thinking about long-term impacts, strategic plannings at scale across the state, and using this one-time dollar that we have available. So I just want to point that out.
Mr. Morris.
Curious about the profile of participating districts. What does that look like? Which districts are expressing an interest to participate? Is it low-performing districts? Is it high-performing districts? Is it a typical distribution curve? What does that look like?
Yeah, great question. We were very strategic and intentional about our first cohort because we were testing.
Sorry, was it by invitation only, or you guys identified these groups, you targeted these groups?
We targeted in the first cohort, but it was an open invitation. So we allowed anyone that wanted to participate, but we targeted specific systems. We wanted rural, we wanted large school systems, we wanted systems more concentrated in the south, some in the north. Our first cohort was Assumption, Caldwell, DeSoto. We've had Rapides Parish, I have a list of them here. Plaquemines Parish, gosh, we're all over the state right now, yes.
Yes, maybe Superintendent Brumley can help me out. I'm not familiar with every parish in the state, but with regard to those that high performing, low performing, high needs, low needs, and so forth? Is there a pattern here? Where do you see the most interest?
I don't really think I could label it in any particular way. It's really geographically diverse. It's diverse in terms of the size of the system. It's diverse in terms of the performance of the systems. So I don't really know that I can say it's one particular thing. Initially, there was a targeted group of systems where we did reach out. And then in the second cohort, we had an open process where people wanted to participate, they could, and then we also did some follow-up calls, if I remember correctly. But we're looking in this next round to have even more systems participate. So I don't think I can say it's this or that. It's really just across the entire state.
Okay, thank you.
I would say this, Mr. Morris, one trend that I think is true across all of the systems, it's superintendents that may have been relatively new or knew that it was time to revise a current strategic plan. And so what we're recognizing, these are very forward-thinking school systems that need support around strategic planning. And it's really difficult to do on your own, especially in a small system. But I will tell you, moving forward, we have interest from Jefferson Parish, we have interest from ER Parish. So we're seeing larger school systems as well. We have a significant number of new superintendents, and I think that that's where a lot of the interest is coming in.
That's exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah.
My understanding is the turnover this next year or so is a dozen or more superintendent vacancies. So my next question was regard to sustainment. So if you guys are going to help out with your 5-year plan, what kind of support do they get after that initial engagement? Make sure they're still on target, maybe they can change their targets, that sort of thing. So what kind of support do they get for sustainment, particularly with this activity that you brought forward, the change of superintendent?
So we are in our third cohort right now. So cohort 1 and cohort 2 are still getting support on implementation, progress monitoring. Cohort 3 is going to have around 10 more months of support. What we did is we have built this into the super app process, and so next year, which would be our 4th cohort, so to speak, systems were allowed to request funding through super app. So this first 3 years was really giving us the time to test the tools and resources and revise, and we have revised based on feedback over the course of 3 years. So we also have a group of technical assistance partners who have worked hand in hand with us over the past 3 years who are prepared to continue to support. We've had over 40 systems request funding in Super App, which we're looking at this week, way more than we can potentially even fund. But yes, they are going to get the opportunity for continued support.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Superintendent Brumley, for you. I really appreciate the value here in planning. I don't think we're going to go very far, very long without a good plan. And I know there's a lot of interest in the $4 billion in ESSER funding that the state has invested either directly through the department or through the school system. And I'm real big, I've expressed with this board before about the mission statement of this board, which is on the cover of our meeting agenda for tomorrow, so that basically we expand opportunities for children, our families and communities, advance Louisiana, and increasingly competitive global market. So when I look at the $4 billion that the state has been allocated by the federal government, and I look at that competitive global market and how our kids are going to compete in that, one way of looking at how you assess that performance is the national ranking. So, Superintendent, I know there was a lot of money invested very wisely and supported by your team to keep schools open during the pandemic. And that was a game changer for the state because our schools were open, our kids were in school, our teachers were in school, and we were able to basically hold our own where a lot of other states dropped. So consequently, we moved from 48th nationally to 42nd. So I'm interested when we're going to get in that school of 30, right? So whenever you guys come back to us next time with KPI stewardship, I'm interested in what you're going to come back to us with next time with regard to whether those baby dollars were invested on those high priority items, they're going to get us into that rank group of 30. Can you share with us maybe top 2 or so of those major investments, and when we expect to hear more about those and the ROI on those investments?
So for 90% of the dollars, that will be available at our Louisiana Comeback website, comeback.com. That's where systems, each individual system, traditional public and public charter, have an approved plan. There's also a financial dashboard there that shows where those dollars are being utilized. We have made academic progress. And you mentioned the nation's report card in May. We know some of the progress that we made there. We know that last year when we released LEAP results, particularly in grades 3 through 8, we saw a 3% increase in mastery for math, 3% for ELA, 2% for science. So we're seeing that level of comeback, and we have to keep moving forward. For the 10% of those dollars that was the SDA set aside, what we're trying to do is develop an interactive tool that would show more of that, both around the strategic endeavors, but also how the funding is being utilized. And so what we'll be doing over the next month or two is trying to schedule time with all the board members so that they have an opportunity to look at that tool, do feedback, see if it feels right to them as a board member, with that tool ultimately becoming a public-facing tool. And we're really excited about it. It holds a lot of really good data. But I want to make sure before we do a public release that we have time to visit with the board members about it and see if it makes sense for them, as well as visit with various stakeholder groups to make sure that everyone at least appreciates what we're trying to do before we release.
So I appreciate the value of the tool and the fact that that's a tool that we can use ongoing. But I'm really interested in those specific investments that you guys are going to share with the board. So for example, literacy. So that's a huge focus area, huge investment for the state. Maybe somebody can speak to that with regard to when we expect to get, when the data is available so that you guys could give us some sense of how successful those investments are going.
So just on that alone, it's difficult to tie one particular endeavor to an outcome. So for instance, staffing of schools. We have to make sure that we have our schools staffed. We have to make sure that kids have access to teachers or none of the efforts can maximize. But whenever you're talking about literacy, there's so many endeavors that are taking place, whether you're talking about this board making a bold position of introducing the first K-2 accountability model that's based around reading. It could be efforts where we are training every K-3 teacher and administrator in the state on the science of reading in these 50 to 70-hour modules with assessments that they have to pass along the way. It could be the work that we're doing with the colleges of education to rethink the 9 credit hours that are literacy credit hours, because we're moving those to the science of reading. It could be the 300 literacy coaches that we have funded throughout the state and the support that we're giving them around how to do that work. It could be all the teacher collaboration work, the ILT work. It could be things like Steve Carter Literacy Program. I could go on and on about a number of different things relative to literacy, and I think it's just important to note that we have made significant investment in this particular space because we think it is so critically important. But I wouldn't be able to probably say this one thing did this. I think it's a holistic approach we're taking to school improvement.
So I appreciate that, and where I see a lot of the value in this tool is that for each of the items that you mentioned, you guys have a target for each one, right? So what I'm looking forward to is how much progress has been made towards each of those individual targets. So I think third quarter this year, we expect to hear back on some of that with regard to literacy. Is that data available that you guys can report back to us? Thank you. Dr. Ness.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. The first is, I know that this is like a big system level evaluation. Do we have a scaled down version that is available for, say, charter schools who want to think critically about their budget alignment to their priorities? And then related to that, my second question is, how does this work like in an Orleans parish? Like, how do you make this work there?
Great question. We've had charters, single-site charters and larger management organizations participate in each one of our cohorts. So it works at a system level, but we treat them just like a single-site charter is like a system to us. They have a steer code, a steering committee, that comprises of teachers, assistant principals, and leaders, and such. So and the beauty of this is, it's a cohort where it's job embedded professional development. So all of the cohort members come together as a network. And so you have traditional school systems and charter system leaders all sitting at the table together, learning from one another. So that's been really good. Can you repeat your second question?
How does this work in a system like New Orleans when you're thinking about all the charter schools might have different performance goals, and so how does that work there?
Yes. In fact, we are engaged right now with Orleans Parish Public School because they're interested in creating a strategic plan that would, I think, address what you're asking. We haven't figured that out yet, but through another program, Reimagine, we are doing some collaboration across charters where they're going deep on several initiatives, and maybe I can come back and share that with y'all, and sometime it's addressing what you're speaking to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just a point there, like we recognize our public charter partners as an LEA in the same way that we recognize our traditional public systems for this particular process. So if they have interest in being involved, then absolutely they can be involved, and it would be essentially the same process that they would go through.
Ms. Ellis?
Yeah, I would like to know who is participating. Is there a way we can get that information, or you can share that with us?
Absolutely, I have a list. For the sake of time, I won't read it out, but I will certainly get it to you all.
Any other questions? We do have one public comment, Ms. Paige Lowry. If you make your way down. Just a reminder for everybody, just identify yourself and who you work with if you represent any organization.
Good morning, board. This is Paige Lowry with the Louisiana Education Alliance. I think I had more so a question in regarding the vendors. I think I missed the end of your question, so it may have been answered. The vendors and the organizations used in this initiative for strong school systems, are they selected by the Department of Education or the local school systems? And does the Department of Education provide a list of recommendation vendors? And does the local school system have autonomy to choose outside the recommendation vendors? I know these are questions, and this is not normally what we do. I try to convert this into some type of statement. If I don't have an answer, that's fine. I can always send an email to get that answer.
Thank you. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Okay.
Get an email.
Absolutely.
To the department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, is there any objection to the motion? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next item is on page 17, item 4.1, consideration of an update report regarding the Early Childhood Care and Education Advisory Council. The recommendation is to receive the minutes and approve the appointment of Jonathan Pierce to the membership.
And board members, I think we were provided with an updated backup or revised backup. Everybody should have that. So, never mind, disregard that. Do I have any motion? Dr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Garvey. Any public comment? Any comment from the board?
Ms. Rowland, I asked for this one to be pulled from the consent agenda, which is what confused you. So I'm sorry about that. My question surrounds, as I was looking at the quarterly reports on CCAP enrollment, I noticed that from July to December, we had a nearly 4,000 seat decline in CCAP enrollment, which is about 15% of CCAP seats. And so I was just curious if we have an explanation for that. Is it normal to see that decline?
Yeah, so a couple of things happened over the course of the year. One, thanks to this board, more families were made eligible for programming. And so we had additional applications that came through. You know, thankfully, the early care industry across the state has done a really good job over the last couple of years of continuing to build that industry and infrastructure, and we're serving more kids than ever before. The issue becomes we only have a certain amount of funding available to serve the population, and the request that we have exceeds the amount of funding that we have. So we had to turn on the wait list for this particular program. I'd ask Dr. Chasson and maybe Karen Powell to come to the table if they'd like to answer any further questions you have about that.
So I guess my question, or so we have this 4,000 seat decline, so in July when we had 24,000 CCAP seats, how does that number of CCAP seats compare to the pre-pandemic year?
So the pre-pandemic year, if we look at our numbers in 2019, we served on average about 14,500 children. We have seen some increases in funding for the program. So the program has expanded, especially in the last several years with our stimulus funding. Early childhood is no different from our ESSER funding. We received a large stimulus from the federal government due to COVID. And so the CCAP program expanded, which is exactly what the federal grant was supposed to do, was expand access to CCAP. And so we did that, including essential workers. We've now seen, after the pandemic, we saw a large increase in CCAP, but I think that makes sense because we have a number of families who have applied, are now eligible due to some of the eligibility changes that you all approved last January. And so that amount did expand. We were serving about 21,000 in July. That increased. No, we were serving about 21,000 prior to that change. We increased to about over 25,000 in October, and now we've seen that number drop. And so just to clarify, that number drops through natural attrition. No children have been cut from the program. We are not allowed by our federal grant, our child care development grant, does not allow us to drop children from the program. And so we do have to be very careful and monitor our numbers closely so that we're not in a position where we have the program expanded to a point where we don't have the funding to pay the providers to serve those children. We are not allowed to take children out of the program once they are eligible. So natural attrition is why you have seen those numbers decrease over the last several months. It's not because children have been pulled out of the program. It's that through natural attrition, they're removed from the program, and we have that wait list turned on as of October 1st, so we haven't increased those numbers back again. No new children have been added to the program since October 1st. Other than, we call them categorically eligible, and the feds again give us this list of children who are categorically eligible. It includes children who are experiencing homelessness, children in foster care, children with disabilities. They are automatically eligible for CCAP. At no time in the program can we say that those children can't enter the program. So we also have to be careful and be aware that we'll always have a number of children entering for that. We cannot put those children on the wait list.
Okay, so 4,000 does seem high for attrition, but I guess my question is, so we expanded the income limit in order to increase the number of kids that were eligible for the program, correct? Isn't that one of the things that we voted on, or am I not remembering that correctly? Did the income limit for CCAP go up?
The income, yes.
Right, so the income limit went up, and so now we don't have enough money to continue funding at the current seat level, which is why the wait list has been activated. And so I guess my first concern would be that I'm really worried that we now have a lot more needy children on that wait list as a consequence of expanding the income limit, but not correspondingly expanding the funding for the program. And so I have some questions as a result of what you said about budgets. And so I know that under administration and finance, we have a legislative report, the early child care report that's supposed to go. So I don't want to put you on the spot with numbers right now, but when that item comes up, I would really be interested to know how much funding the Early Child Care Commission thought was needed for the CCAP program. I'd like to know what the department asked for the program, and then I'd also like to know what's in the governor's executive budget so that we can see whether or not those budget asks are going to fix our problem.
Dr. Ball.
How many do we have on the wait list now?
We have about 900 children certified to the wait list. We do have about 560 more who are awaiting verification. So it is a process for our team to work with these families. More often than not, we receive applications that are incomplete, that may need some additional information or documentation. And so it's really a back and forth process between our team and the families to gather everything that we need to determine eligibility and do what we call certify them to the wait list. So we have about 900 on the wait list. We have about 560 awaiting verification, so we're awaiting some more documentation. And we have about 750 who are in our queue to process.
So 900 on the wait list, they qualify. 560 you're doing paperwork for, and then the ones who are eligible will be moved to the group of the 900. And what's the last group? You said a number after 560.
About 750 that are in the queue to process,
Okay.
that our team is working through right now.
And then are these waitlisted because do we not have any more stimulus dollars for these students? Is that why we're waitlisting some?
Yes, because the amount of funding available, we were closely monitoring numbers, and the funding would have potentially run out before the end of the fiscal year if we would keep the program at that size of 25,500 children.
Okay, and so we're, through natural attrition, we're gonna be able to make it through the end of the year. But then we'll have a conversation later on today about what funding looks like moving forward. Okay, that's very helpful, thank you.
Ms. Hubbard.
Along the lines of what these ladies have asked, we are aware of the data management system effects. And is the management system hindering the wait list? Because we're still hearing that there are effects out there that families are having difficulty with applying verification, etc.
So we are running on a very antiquated data system for CCAP at this time. This is a system that we inherited from DCFS years ago when early childhood moved over to the Department of Education. We have been propping it up for quite some time. We are in the middle of building a new data system for CCAP.
Are any of these numbers that these ladies mentioned part of the hindrance, the problem of the children coming into the
No, I think what is difficult at times, it is a bit clunky for families to use and input those documents. So I think that 560 number that I talked about, our families who are waiting verification, some of that is due to the fact that there is a lot of back and forth between our team and families. There's a lot of manual entry, a lot of things that I think will be solved by a more user-friendly interface for a family experience, which is what we're trying to build.
Yes, I'm understanding it's not just a week, 2 weeks, it's months of waiting. There's a lack of time. for families to
So
get.
that is true, that was true, I will say. So we did have several thousand applications at one point. Right now, I can tell you we have 750, which is a very normal number for us to have in our queue. We process several hundred applications a week. It's very normal for families to have a 2-week waiting period, a 3-week waiting period. We were at the point where it was taking several months to process. That is because we saw such a large influx after that policy shift and that rate increase for CCAP. We have worked through that at this point now. We have a very manageable queue, but we did that in the fall.
Dr. Ball.
I'm starting to wonder if we shouldn't ban the eligibility requirements. Because I'm thinking about the students, we're always gonna have limited funds. And and I'm thinking about the students who are on the wait list. And I wonder if there shouldn't be some prioritization, essentially, relative to that component. Because I think when we raised the cap, we did that with good intentions, but I think the concerns about students sitting on the students sitting on the wait list with a varying level of need is something that we need to have some conversations about.
Yeah,
Dr.
that's
Chasson,
definitely
correct me if this is inaccurate, but when the expansion of eligibility happened, we didn't have a wait list, right? There was no wait list. And so when the federal dollars came in, like this was the intent of the dollars, to be able to support additional families. And so whenever we raised the income limits, essentially, it allowed more families to be eligible. And so then the federal money that was available prompted more applications to pour in with the same system, with the same number of workers, et cetera. That caused that initial backlog that we have since worked through. But now what you have is a situation, which is why I think the point that you're raising, Dr. Boki, is a good point of moving forward. What might income levels or other criteria look like to prioritize those that are in the greatest need? I think that's what I'm hearing you say. But at that particular time, like there were no kids on the wait list. And so it was only after the eligibility income limits were raised that more people applied and prompted us to eventually have to turn on the wait list.
I get it, and I think we did the right thing. We had additional federal dollars, we had an opportunity to serve kids. I am tremendously grateful that we have seats in our state to be able to serve kids, because I mean, this is it also goes back to supply and demand. So the fact that we've had those seats, I think all that's wonderful. I think that it's a conversation we probably need to continue to have, that is also connected to conversations about money, which we will be having later as well. And so I think it's just something that we will want to keep our eye on. I don't have any regret about the decisions that we made in the past, but moving forward, we may have to revisit this depending on what happens in the legislature relative to approval of budget.
Dr. Brumley, can you give us the update on the governor's proposal for the budget for early care? Maybe just that might help.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers directly in front of me. Clearly, Dr. Chasson, what is the number that the task force asked for in million? 285? What was the task force number?
215.
215. Okay, so the task force requested, sorry, 215 million. We had conversations with the Division of Administration over our particular request, what might find favor with the administration with the other competing needs that they wanted to solve throughout the state, whether it was K-12 or higher ed or healthcare or other areas. And in that conversation, what we determined made the most sense was for us to ultimately request $60 million of additional recurring funds. And so we know that right now we have about 30+ million annually. We requested an additional 60 because that was more or less in line with where the administration felt like what made sense. And so that would have placed our annual in the mid-90s, which essentially matched the annual federal commitment. So it would have been essentially a 1-to-1 state to federal match with that number. Now, I believe the number that ultimately landed in the executive budget is in the low 50 million recurring additional on top of the 30-ish that's presently available. The other area where funding was made available is we had conversations around the incentive fund, where local groups, local communities can match a dollar for a dollar. We had conversations around a $10 million amount that could go into that incentive fund, and I believe the executive budget, and I don't have any of these numbers right in front of me, but I believe that the executive budget included somewhere around 21 million for that particular fund. And so if those numbers are inaccurate, I will correct them later, but I think essentially that those numbers are accurate.
I'm sorry, the 215 million request from the group, is that 215 million in additional dollars, or is that to be the total?
I think that's additional. Yeah.
Additional. I'll just make note that the amounts that is in the governor's executive budget that we saw a few weeks ago would allow us to fund about 17,000 children in the program. That is still higher than the number of 14,500 that we were serving in 2019. So I just wanted to make that note about how many children that equates to.
Ms. Holloway.
Yeah, I just want us to keep in mind that our state serves less than 50% of children from birth to 3-year-olds. And if our target is to reduce the wait list, doesn't mean that there's not a need for early childhood. So let's keep that in mind, and even with the federal dollars coming in.
Dr. Dan.
So what we anticipate getting in funding is going to bring us back up to 17,000, but not to the 24,000 or so that we were serving with the expansion of the income limit for families, which, so to me, that really highlights what was said earlier about we need to be paying attention to what's happening to our most economically at-risk families who are going to be on a wait list for CCAP as a result of expanding the income limit. And I think, as you said, I think we did the right thing. It was a good move to expand that income limit, but now it might be having consequences for our most economically disadvantaged who are most in need of quality early childhood education. The only other solution to fixing that is to ask for more money, right? That we ask the legislature to care for our youngest and most vulnerable kids the way that they ought to be.
Any other questions or comments? Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Dr. Davis and Dr. Bogue, with what you're both saying. I think it's something we need to consider moving forward, specifically as the federal funds decline. I don't want to lose sight here, though, of the fact that if this 50 million in addition to the 30 million that it already exists, it is approved. I mean, it is by far the most significant state level investment in early care the state has ever seen. And so I think that I don't want that to be lost because the governor and the legislature have a number of competing interests. Certainly, this is one that is an investment that we know can pay great dividends. But I just want to call out the fact that if that were to be approved, that is the most significant investment that has been made.
Any other questions or comments? Any objections to the motion? Motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 30, item 4.6, consideration of update report regarding the Early Learning and Developmental Standards Review Committee. The recommendation is to receive, and revised backup has been submitted.
Now we get
For
to
that.
Ms. Holloway, motion second. Can I have a second? Ms. Ellis.
So at the last, I think it was the last meeting, the board requested on the early learning standards for a report at the next meeting. And so we're going to honor that request. And Dr. Louisiana, who certainly can tell you about all those dollars and cents to the penny, more so than maybe I can, because she spends so much of her time working in early care, is going to give this particular report because she chairs that commission. So Dr. Sonia, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Dr. Sonia, can you try using the other microphone?
Dr. Louisiana, Executive Director of the Louisiana Policy Institute for Children and Chair of the Early Learning Development and Standards Committee. That is a committee of the Louisiana Department of Education. So first, a few process notes in reconvening the committee. The review committee meetings are public meetings open to the public as they have been in the
past. The agendas are published in advance of the meetings, and they're also streamed online. We have adjusted the agenda to ensure that participating members of the public feel like their participation is meaningful. Members of the public may make comments and have made comments on each agenda item rather than just at the end of the meeting as specific topics are discussed. The review committee is now also accepting public comments via email in advance of each meeting, again to allow for multiple opportunities for public comment. In terms of reviewing the standards, the review committee received public comments on the social emotional development domain and on the language and literacy domain. A review of the public comments from the portal suggests a few themes for our committee to move forward to work on. Many of the comments received were more relevant to the guidance documents that support educators with implementing the standards rather than the standards themselves. Guidance documents are created by the Department of Ed after the standards are approved, typically with the assistance of educators. The committee has discussed the fact that the guidance documents are generally created after standards are approved, but the public comment continues to be that some individuals would like to see those guidance documents now. The largest comment theme continues to be concerned with the term social emotional development. The review committee is developing a definition of social emotional development for Louisiana for inclusion in the standards based on research and terminology of the field. We hope that this definition will put to some rest and clarify what social emotional development is and what it is not. The goal of the committee is to continue to facilitate an open, transparent process and also to produce a document that is based on data and research. With the review committee giving careful consideration to all feedback and comments on the standards, the committee will likely need more time than the 3 meetings currently scheduled and will potentially need to work past April depending on the purview of Bessie regarding guidance document development.
All right, thank you. Any comments?
Yes. I talked with Sonia about some of these things a little bit earlier today. I'd like to share them with the board. You mentioned that there has been some progress regarding talking about changing some of the guidelines or writing some guidelines that might be helpful with resolving the issue that we have. Did I get that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe some of those changes or writings of the guidelines?
Sure. So there's been much discussion on potential examples that could have been put into the standards. One of the things that happened in this standards committee when we first started this process was to pull out as many comments, many examples as possible so that it would actually be in the guidance document so the standards wouldn't be weighed down with examples. Through public comment, we have been given several very good examples to be put in the guidance document. We've also, through public comment, have gotten some clarification related to some negative connotations related to some wording, and so we're working through that as well. One example is the definition of emotional regulation versus emotional control, and we still continue to talk through that to see where we can meet a middle ground, as well as really understanding that defining emotions is something that you can do with deliberate language that's directly observable versus using the word feelings, which is really subjective. So we're having a lot of those conversations in committee with input from the public. It is threading a very small needle, but the process has been very respectful by the committee and the public that have been engaged in this process. So much so to the fact that we were very deliberate in how we handled public comment in the meeting. And so, typically public comment happens after all the items have been gone through and they're not really germane to whatever you talked about in the last few minutes. So allowing public comment to happen in between each item. So if we're thinking about the social emotional development domain, we're looking at after each standard, we're having public comment to really have reciprocity of dialogue between the committee and the public.
You also talked about maybe defining what social emotional development means so that there's no misunderstanding.
Correct.
that be, the definition that you come to, would that be in the standards, or would that be in the glossary or the guidelines?
It would be in all three places, really.
So it would be in the standards?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Potentially. I mean,
Potentially,
the
yes, I
committee is still
understand.
trying to decide. And we've been very clear, this committee is a Department of Education committee. And so we're being really grateful for the staff at the Department of Education within early childhood that have helped support this committee to keep us moving and going.
And there's been some talk about the timing of these potential changes. If we change the standards, then in some respects, the clock that has been ticking would have to start ticking all over again. But if I understand it right, I talked to you about this earlier, I think it's your understanding also, that if the clock has to start ticking over again, Bessie could issue an emergency ruling to put these in place without the normal 4-month to 6-month delay.
Ms. Davis would be better prepared to answer that than I would.
Ms. Davis, could you just verify that even if we do decide to make some changes, we could easily get these put in place for this upcoming school year in August?
That's correct. So if you change anything from the previously advertised notice of intent, then you have to do a new notice of intent, but you could simultaneously run an emergency rule.
Great. Ms. Sonia, my understanding is that there's been some problems getting a quorum for the meetings. I think y'all had 2 meetings since the last Bessie meeting.
Yes, sir. The other thing to understand is that when this committee was originally convened, we were under an emergency order and could have the meetings virtually. And so and this committee truly is statewide, and so it has been difficult to get quorum. But each time we're getting a couple more members, and so it's continuing to work. It is going to take us longer than we thought. We're not going to be ready to make a proposal back to Bessie by the April meeting.
Okay. And has the department been giving you any written suggestions of what they think would be helpful changes?
We've been in constant dialogue with the Department of Education staff.
But have they been giving you any written suggestions for
No.
changes? Okay. What's that? I'm a little concerned about the quorum issues that you mentioned and the delay that you say may happen. And although we have a contingency plan in place to do an emergency ruling if that needed to be, I would like to ask the department if they could start submitting suggested changes to this group.
Is it submitting suggested changes to the group, or is it working on the guidance document?
Submitting suggested changes to the group. Instead of waiting for the group to request it or waiting till the deadline comes, if the department could start working on that issue, I think that would help us speed things up if we have to come to that.
I guess then my question is why reconstitute the committee to offer suggestions to the language?
I think the majority of Bessie members wants the committee to keep working on this.
I think that we're back to, there's an order issue here. Usually, you have the standards voted on, and then the guidance document comes out. What the public comment concern has been is that the guidance document needs to be something they can put their eyes on and have a conversation about, if I'm understanding this properly. So I think we're talking about an order shift. Can we get a guidance document prior to, and is that something, like, what do we need to do to make that process work?
It would be quite unusual for us to build a guidance document in advance of standards. My question to Mr. Garvey was, are you referencing us developing guidance document or standard language?
Both. Just starting to be a little more proactive from the department instead of sitting back and waiting for a deadline to come and go and we're caught flat-footed and not ready to proceed.
Yeah, just a point on that. We're happy to do whatever is directed in this particular area, but the reason we back down is because it was sent back to the committee.
It was voted upon.
have attended both of the meetings, and first I'd like to applaud the commission and the public who has been coming to these meetings about the dialogue. And I will say that the commission has gone above and beyond what is normally allowed when it comes to public comment. So members of the public have been allowed to sit at the table, and typically when public comment happens, there's not engagement back and forth between the commission and the public. The public makes a statement, that is their public comment, and then they go back to their seats. But there has been dialogue from the public with the commission members where they have asked for clarifying questions, where the public has been able to give more input. And so I think that that the level of incorporation of public comments by the commission is just unparalleled. And then, so I'll say that. But I will say, right, we sent the standard back to the commission because they are the experts in the field when it comes to what we should be seeing in the standards. And I will say that I think that the big holdup in moving forward with alleviating public concern is the lack of guidelines, because they are worried about how the standards are going to be interpreted via examples of learning, and they want more detail. And so while this may be unique and out of order that we don't typically do guidelines before we have standards approved, we're in uncharted territory in some respect with the degree of angst surrounding these standards. And so I would urge the department and this commission to move forward in developing those guidelines along with the standards that we have right now, so that we can alleviate the public's fear about what's in the standards.
Dr. Ball.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping to narrow the focus. So you're talking specifically about one domain of the standards. Is that right?
Two domains. Social emotional development is by and large the focus.
Okay.
There were some adjustments that need to be made in language and literacy based on public comment as well.
Okay. So, because when we start talking about guidance before the standards, that is definitely a different order of operations than we've ever experienced, but admittedly, this is different altogether. So I do think it's helpful to narrow down the focus, right? That's one thing. I also heard you say that there are specific examples coming from the discussions that you think could be used as part of the guidance, is what I'm hearing. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we direct the department to start working on guidance documents in those two areas, in those two domains, and working with the, are y'all calling it a council or a commission? I'm sorry.
It's a committee.
Committee. Working with the committee so that you guys can give some feedback to it, which was a process that we created anyway. I believe that was Ms., I forget who made that motion. I think it was Ms. Holloway. So I offer that motion to direct the department to begin working on the guidance in the two domains, the social emotional and language acquisition, language of literacy.
Second.
Everybody second that.
Okay, and just to be clear, this is a substitute motion.
I'll offer it however you need, sir.
But the motion on the floor prior to the substitute motion was to receive.
To receive.
So I guess this would be receive and.
Correct.
I'd second
Okay, Dr. Bobby, and then Mr. Mark. Let's say. Okay. This.
I have a suggestion, because it is awfully difficult to begin working on a document. I'm not, saying that's not a great idea, without knowing what the standard is actually going to be. We could also, in the bulletin language, which is what the board approves, is broad language by its nature. We could require that the guidance document come to the board after we approve the standards, that the guidance document also come to the board prior to posting or putting it into place, so that the public can come in and scrutinize that guidance document the same way with the standards themselves. So that might make them feel better about approving the standard if they know the guidance document is going to come to the board before it's shared with the districts. Just a thought.
Would you like to add that to your motion?
So I feel like we already have this in play. I mean, and to me, that's the whole purpose of what the committee's doing, is initiating their hearing from constituents that they have questions. It sounds like guidance document, or the beginning of the guidance document. That's why I wanted to be really specific in the domains where the guidance document starts. Because what happens is guidance usually comes a little over time, right? You have standards, then you get guidance, everybody does the best they can with that, and then we all realize, oh wait, we still have questions about this. And then there's potential for guidance documents to come later. So I don't want to ask the department to go get 3 or 4 years ahead of a process, but I do think asking them to go get a few weeks ahead of the process in some specific areas would be helpful.
But I'm just thinking if they know it's coming to the board, and they're gonna have, an opportunity to discuss it with you all, that may ease their minds, I believe.
Ms. Holly?
Yes, in reference to Dr. Bovey's suggestion, Dr. Sullivan, can you give your thoughts on that?
I think
One
limiting,
later date, not at the same time.
I'm sorry.
I think limiting it to the domain, those two domains. I would even say you could limit it to the social emotional development domain, because the language literacy piece was so clean up. So you could do it either way, but I think limiting it so it's not the whole guidance document would be helpful. And we really worked hard to listen to the public.
You were exceptional, I have to say. You did very well with the public comments and the engagement.
And I want to point, as you guys have all talked about, and I appreciate the board members who are advocacy there, I think there's so much power when we all seek to understand. So I appreciate everybody who showed up at these meetings and worked to a place to understand each other. There's one thing I do believe is we all want what's best for the kids of our state.
I agree, and we've seen that time and time again in this process. Yes, it's been longer than any of us anticipated, but when you have the amount of people talking about how young children, particularly young children, are learning and changing and growing over time, there is no bad that can come out of that.
Mr. Garvey? Yes, before we move on to the speakers, I'd like to say I'm very encouraged to hear you say that working on the definition, putting the definition of social and learning development into the standards, because I think that's going to be the key to resolving this, defining what it is and what it is not. I think it's what's going to make everybody feel much better about the situation, if we can get that into the standards. I did want to mention that Representative Comedy has told me that she is working on legislation to address this issue if we cannot resolve it. So I want to remind everybody that there's a big importance for us to try and resolve this instead of letting the legislature resolve it for us, which I think is never the best way to approach a situation like this. So I wanted to mention that. Thank you. Mr. Moore.
Yeah, so with the motion on the floor, can you just tell me what's the timeline going forward now? You mentioned that time is going to be a concern for you, and I understand we have a contingency plan, but just for clarity's sake, with the motion that's on the floor right now, make sure that we understand the timeline going forward.
Yes, sir. So we don't anticipate having everything complete to bring forward to Betsy in the April meeting like had been asked prior. And so it would probably be, there's not a May meeting, probably be in June before we could bring forth anything with suggested language and now potentially a suggested guidance document for social emotional development.
So, I guess a couple things there. Superintendent Brumley, can you give us, I know this is a big question, but some sense of, how long it's going to take the department to come up with this new deliverable. And Mr. Garvey, you mentioned the contingency plan. So just trying to understand, we change this date to a June recommendation, assuming the department can come in with the guidance in that timeframe as well. Does that still get us to fall implementation, or do we have a contingency plan that takes care of that? Just to make sure I understand the full timeline for execution.
I believe that we can provide resources by April, so I think that we can have that available for the next board meeting. I mean, it's out of order, but, you know, given the charge to us, I think by April we can have resources to the board.
But the committee won't be quite ready then.
So what I'm hearing is you guys won't be ready till June. So
To have the standards match what the guidance are.
to come back to
So,
this board. Right, so the earliest you guys can come back will be June. So then it's just a matter of, would the department be able to have their deliverable ready, be the process to bring to the board for June? And just as Tim would say, that's doable. So if we anticipate a recommendation from you in June, is that enough time for fall implementation?
That would be a question back to the department.
We can, I'm comfortable saying we can have resources to this board by, and whatever interplay has to happen beyond that with the committee in the June deadline.
So I'm there, but what I'm trying to get to is, assuming this board approves it in June, right? Is that enough time for it to be implemented in the fall for the school system?
I think that's what the state said earlier, is we could do it through an emergency. Correct, Ms. Davis?
Yes.
That's a clarification for the board. Thank you.
Discussion. Discussion.
Yeah, maybe I'm just trying to understand the process. Dr. Sonia, are we talking about, I guess maybe the way I thought I was understanding it, if the department tries to develop the guidance documents for the social and emotional learning.
With the committee.
With the committee, with that social and emotional learning section. Are we anticipating, and maybe this, I don't know, maybe it's premature to have the discussion, but I thought we were looking at a better explanation of what the standards meant that we all felt comfortable with, as opposed to a real massive change in the standards themselves.
Correct. So it's really making sure the terminology is clean with the definitions. And so we are currently working on our working definition of social emotional development for the standards. There's also been some discussion of other language in the standards that we continue to talk about in committee. And so those items need to be addressed so that then the department can develop guidance on the social emotional development domain. And then I think timing-wise, both could be ready in June together, because it's about the committee and the department working together to develop the guidance document.
So the department would begin to develop some guidance or work simultaneously with the committee.
Correct.
Prior to our meeting in April.
One of the concerns I have about June is just all of the work that we're going to do this summer with early peer educators. I mean, we have our summit that we began last year, where we'll have a couple thousand educators in place for that event. We'll be doing PD across the summer, and so that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that I'm comfortable bringing resources to the board in April. I understand what Dr. Sonia is talking about with time. I just want to make sure the board is aware that with that delay, we are going to miss some of those opportunities that we were planning to have with those individuals.
So, he said, hopefully that the two groups are not completely separate. So as you begin to develop the guidance around what the standards look like now, I would think y'all would be doing this together, even if it's not in the formal meeting, we have dialogue about it.
We are.
And when is the next meeting of this
15th.
committee?
March 15th.
March 15th.
And so if we back up having things ready for you all to review, that's the very end of March. And there has to be a lot of work between the 15th and the end of March, and it's a voluntary committee. We need the time. And do we rush the process? We've given it so much time already. Let's get it right and give it the time that is needed. Our children deserve this. Our families deserve this.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I do want to narrow it to the social and emotional domain. I mean, I am sensitive to the fact that this order of operation is different, and I hope that my fellow board members are comfortable with narrowing it. Thank you.
I'd also like to say that I hear that members of the body may file a bill if this isn't remedied, but we are remedying. We're working along the process. So it's not something to fix because we're working towards a dialogue to figure out what's in the best interest of our children and families in our state. So again, to rush a process, it could be problematic to the children and families that we serve in our state.
Okay, we do have public comment. Or Mr. Morris?
Yeah, just one more question. Do we need to amend the motion on the floor right now to change the date to June, or is that something that Davis can do independently? How does that work?
It would be nice to have it in the motion. Do you want to update it in April and then have it finalized in June?
Yes. And then,
And could you do it to the one domain rather than the two in your motion, Afro?
Yeah.
Yes,
Wording there,
definitely one domain.
and then update the timeline.
Yes.
You don't think it's possible to have the standards come to the board in April and then the guidance document
No,
in
we're
June?
still having a discussion on language. We're really working very hard to meet in the middle and take in public comment and their concerns.
And I think the point that we all have to keep in mind, April is April for a meeting, but the department staff knows better than anybody, that's not when materials are due. So,
Okay. Dr. Sonny, you had a public comment already in.
It was just for this.
Making sure. If there's no other questions from the board right now, comments, we're going to get to public comment. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, while public comment are coming up, I have a group in the audience that has to leave, and I
Oh,
want to
go ahead.
recognize them if I can take some privilege here. We are working throughout the state to grow our own educators, and one of the best places to tap into the best and brightest potential teachers are our high schools. And so before you today, you have a group of students from West Baton Rouge Parish with their teacher, Ms. Julia. And we are excited that they are here. They have been undertaking activities over the course of the year in their education preparation programs in their high schools to be future teachers. And they couldn't do this without some excitement around it and an outstanding sponsor. So I want to thank you again for all the work that you did. Look, let's just, if you would join me, let's give these future teachers a round of applause. So see, as Ms. Morgan said earlier, they're leading with love too. So there are contracts available probably for a number of systems. I understand one of you wanted to make a few remarks before you had to leave as well. Is that accurate? Yeah, we'd love to hear something.
Thanks for Red Rising too, and I'd like to add something at the end. It'll make
If you can just come up to the table, come up. That way. And we'll get a card from you when you're done. Yeah, make sure the light is on. You can take a seat. Let's do it the right way. Yeah, take a seat.
Hi, I'd like to start off with thanking every single one of y'all for having us all here. But I'm Abby Free, and like you said before, we are from the West Baton Rouge School, proudly from Hurley High School. And we have Ms. Janae and Coach Mighty representing us as our leaders, just teaching us every day just how to be a great teacher. Not only just be a great teacher, but just make our future with education stronger. And like like he said before, we're an Ed Rising course. We have some from course 1 and course 2, and we're from grades 10 through 12. And once again, I'd just like to say thank you for having all of us here.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you all congratulations. Thank you for choosing the education profession. And I'll say I have yet to have a boring day in my career. So.
I don't need a microphone. I've been in education for 37 years, so I'm good. Just want to, again, thank you again. Abby did a great job supervising me, added.
This is for people who live stream Bessie meetings. That's why we use the microphone.
All right. Just want to thank y'all again, and I do want to give you 2 updates. Ed Rising started at Burley High in 1819. Cam Eckert did it. And this year we have 3 of our original members who will be graduating, 1 from Southeastern, 2 from LSU. And all 3 of them, well, 2 of them have interviewed in our district, so don't be thinking about taking our people. That's grow your own, right? So they'll graduate and may get ready because we're going to blast that. We're so excited. And secondly, if Janae would stand up. Also, 3 years ago, y'all started and partnered with Reach University to give up to attack from the other end when we have people who are job embedded. Janae is instead para, and Janae will be graduating in May and will be working at Burley High next year. So thank y'all. About 100 people, and I promised the teachers I'd have them back for 1, so I don't want to disappoint our teachers. Thank you.
Safe travels. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for allowing me to do that.
Yes. Okay. We're going to go back to public comment on agenda item 4.6. Ms. Katie Alexander and Ms. Paige Lowry, you can come down. I don't see Ms. Chrissy Hyde. She was in information only. And then Dr. Anna West, if you can also make your way down. Ms. Alexander, if you want to start.
I want to thank the youth for the opportunity to speak today. And also I'd like to thank the committee, the Early Childhood Committee. They have, I would say, absolutely been working with us and been very open to listening and listening so all around. Okay, in January, Mr. Garvey moved to direct the LDOE to make revisions on the early learning standards, taking public and parental concerns into account. Dr. Boppy, you offered a substitute motion and said to direct the review committee to that task. Since then, the review committee has met twice and did not meet quorum on either occasion. Our request is simple and solution-oriented. Direct the LDOE, which is staffed with full-time employees who are experts in the field, to also work on these revisions. In April, you'll have 2 sets of revisions from which to choose, or at least one set of the review committee can continue and not be able to make quorum, or if we cannot come to an agreement in one key area. Section 4, social emotional development, continues to be a section causing the most concern for parents. We have hired an expert in this field. We have done our homework and stand committed to have parents' voices be heard pertaining to this critically important issue. This practical common sense option would show your faith in the Department of Education's early learning staff and allow a review committee to continue its work and again provide a solution in the event the quorum is not made or an agreement cannot be met in key areas of the standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry.
Hi, thank you again. Good morning. Paige Lowry here with Louisiana Education Alliance. I also too want to say how thankful I am for the corporation with the committee. They have went, above and beyond and allowing us to fully participate in that process, and we definitely appreciate that. But I'd like to bring the focus back to public comment and public concerns and public opinion. As far as we've gotten, which is not far enough from where I'm sitting, with consideration of the language change, it is very concerning that the staff, this committee has not met a quorum. So hearing what you guys had to say today as far as the extension until June, I think that gives us a little bit more peace of mind because we had a lot of concern about a quorum not being met and nothing being presented and there being no consideration of the public comment feedback. With that being said, I'd like to follow up with Dr. Jim Garvey, what he said in regards to Representative Darrell Hamadeh. The legislation is currently being done now. And by June, this legislation could potentially have already passed. I hope that this board is going to take that into consideration. I also think that, or I'd rather like to say, we would strongly encourage this board to allow the Department of Education that has the staff and the experts to give the revisions a shot due to the timeline of originally being April, now being possibly pushed back to June, and allow both the Department of Education and this committee to work on these revisions. Because at the end of the day, the public doesn't care if it's the Department of Education or this revising committee. They just want to be heard. I think it speaks volumes to the amount of public participation that has come before this body over the last 2 years in regards to they're not going to back down on issues. They want to be heard, and they want their elected officials and their representation to do just that, hear their voice. I'll briefly speak to the stats of the public comment portal. I think all of you know. But of the almost 600 comments, about half of those were from family members, considered parents, guardians, grandparents. 92% of the public that acknowledge themselves as a family member strongly disagreed with the social-emotional domain and the language in that domain that reflects social-emotional learning. This committee is very committed to the social and emotional development for young children. What we propose is not so far-fetched. That language specifically has been used for decades and decades, and we would like serious consideration to reflect the public concerns with this domain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Edwin.
I'm sorry, I think this is my mistake. I'm here to speak on item 6.1.
Oh,
All right. I think I did that wrong.
No, it was put in the law statute.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I want to speak to the concern about achieving quorum. I'm not sure who sets the rule for the committee that they need to do quorum or not. I thought I understood that unless it was a policy-making committee, that there might be some flexibility in that requirement. Is there any way that this board has any influence in providing that committee an opportunity to be remotely? Mr. Mellerin, or whoever would be the right person to answer that?
The group could work remotely, on things, like work on the guidance. But if it's something that the committee is approving or receiving formally, then you would need a majority of the membership present. However, to make that official. However, achieving a quorum means that you have got the majority of the membership to approve something. But that doesn't mean that when you don't have a quorum that the board doesn't see what has happened in the minutes, for example. You will still receive the report. It just will not be reflective of the majority of the membership of the council.
But what I'm hearing is that the quorum is creating a bottleneck in the process. I obviously don't understand all the details, but so I'd like to remove the bottleneck. So I'm wondering what kind of flexibility this board has, if any, to help out to remove that bottleneck, to address the concerns for the requirement to have a quorum. Does this board have any?
No, that's open meetings law. That's a requirement of the. If this is a group that's taking a vote, they have to have a majority of the membership to vote on an item.
Even if it's not a policy changing group.
Ms.
It's an
Davis,
advisory group if you need a majority.
if I understood you correctly, there's nothing though to prevent us from receiving what they've looked at. So simply, if it was in a proposal that did not have a quorum to vote, it could still make its way to us, it just wouldn't have an up or down vote.
That's the point I really wanted to make, because that happens. And all that, the difference is we just note in the minutes there was not a quorum present. It doesn't prevent the group from still taking the action, it just isn't official.
Okay, so could the committee meet with some members participating remotely and continue their work?
They could, but it still wouldn't serve as those remotely couldn't vote remotely.
It wouldn't affect whether there'd be kind of an absence for a quorum.
So they can still work, they just
Yes.
couldn't vote.
They could participate in the discussion, they could give input and Zoom into the meeting. But if it required a final vote, you'd have to have.
Dr. Sonia, I'm sure that would cause you some heartburn.
I think what might be missed is that we're still working, even though we don't have the quorum. We're still working.
Yeah.
And so the timing is still important because the work is taking longer than we anticipated.
So what's the concern then about meeting quorum?
I think that was the other comment.
I mean, quorum for an up and down, that we met quorum and we were able to make a referral to y'all to look at documents because we made quorum. That's one thing versus those recommendations would still be made to you whether we made quorum or not. But our committee is working hard to get to quorum. We have several university professors that have a full caseload and a teaching load, so they're trying to adjust their schedules to be available. And there's work happening in between the committee so that when we come to a formal committee meeting, we're able to have a dialogue with the committee members that are there, but also with the public.
Okay, so I'm still trying to understand, this concern for meeting a quorum is creating a barrier
No, sir.
or not?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's not.
No, sir.
Okay, thank
The
you.
quorum really is important when it comes to the final vote for the endorsement of the standards.
Ms. Fisher?
But I will point out, we could send a letter, Dr. Beaufort, we could send a letter to the group urging and requesting that they attend as, if possible. We're realizing that their work has been extended beyond the time they were noticed, but they did apply to be a part of this group. And if we,
I think we'd like to start with a place of figuring out closest to when we anticipate the work will be completed and trying to get a date where a quorum can be present for when the actual vote is taken. I feel like this is it's tricky, right? Because these are volunteers who are serving beyond what their original commitment was. But I think if we were to start with hey, what's the best date for everybody? Get the closest, so you ensure that you're closest to a quorum and encourage them, right? That we could set the right tone. But more than anything, I hope this committee understands our gratitude for their service beyond what they were originally committed to doing. Yes.
And I think with the timing piece, particularly because many committee members are university professors, a mid-May meeting of the committee, we could potentially get to quorum in a way to say, yay, nay, this is what we're putting forward to that's before the June meeting, and get the work done.
But prior to that, with regard to the process itself, committee members could engage in a conversation remotely.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
one last thing to throw out there. It's possible that you all could approve the other domains in April, and we've got one domain open. So, if you wanted to get something in place for our standards,
that's a thought.
Dr. Sayaldi,
Or even,
leave that to you and the committee.
I would say, based on the committee and our level of expertise, these standards are just like child development, they're integrated, and you can't piece and parcel out one without it affecting the whole. And so we want to make sure that these standards come to Bessie as a whole document, just like a child that has child development, and we make sure that we address their language and learning, we address their social emotional development, we address their cognition and how they move and groove in space. And so to piece and parcel out could diminish the process and hurt the integrity of the standards.
Thank you, Mr. Garber.
Yes, I was talking to Ms. Sonny about the quorum issue a couple of minutes ago, and I'd like to respect her suggestion that we give her a chance to get the quorum because she thinks she can. But I wanted to pass on to Bessie members a way to maybe solve this problem if it comes to it. We can't get around the quorum rules. You have to have a quorum in order to endorse a particular action. But what you can do is you can reduce the number of members in the group to a number that's small enough that it includes just the members that have been showing up for the meeting. So for future reference, you may want to go that route, depending on what this Sonny tells us.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, I have a question, but it was from Ms. Alexander. So, if she could come back up. Ms. Alexander, in talking to you over the past few days, you mentioned that there were some things that were removed from, I think it was the guidelines. One issue that was removed, I'm glad that it was, had to do with, if I understood you right, dividing children into classrooms based upon their skin color. Did I hear that right?
Yes, as an exercise, like to point out differences, to teaching the differences in the classroom.
Okay, and I want to bring these up to show that there seems to be some good work going on, removing some things that may have been problems. This draws my attention as a possible thing that's good that we may have removed this, or maybe removing this. Another one I think you said was assessing children as to whether or not they can express guilt. Could you explain that a
Yeah,
little bit?
there was some verbiage in there that we objected to, and to the committee's credit, they agreed with us. I think that there's some terms that they've agreed to take out in describing emotions that the child might have.
Another
So I do believe that
potential lightning rod issue that we may have made progress on. So I wanted to point that out and thank the group and Ms. Sonia for working on that.
I think that we've made a tremendous amount of progress. There are some things, though, that we are not going to budge on, and that's what I'm concerned about, and why I would ask that the Department of Education maybe come up with a set of standards for April, revised standards based on the parental comment, taking into account what our concerns are. Because it seems like we've kind of hit a wall with that, with the domain name and a few other terms. But yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It was actually a substitute motion by Dr. Coffey. Is there any objection to that substitute motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
The next item is on page 32, item 5.1, consideration of revisions to bulletins regarding biocontaminants, proper disposal requirements, and duplicative language cleanup. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Can I have a motion, please? Ms. Holloway, motion, Mr. Garber with the second. I don't see any public comment. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Hearing none, Any objection? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 38, item 5.2, consideration of revisions to bulletin 1508, Pupil Appraisal Handbook regarding the Blind Persons Literacy Rights and Education Act per legislation of the Louisiana 2022 regular legislative session and federal guidelines. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Motion. Mr. Garvey, second. Ms. Holloway. Superintendent. Presentation, are there any questions or comments from the board? We do have a few public comment cards. C. Champagne supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Stacy Donnell supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. And finally, Ms. Catherine Hart, you can make your way down. Thank you, Ms. Hart. If you can just identify yourself.
My name is Catherine Hart.
Make sure that green light is on. There you go.
My name is Catherine Hart. I'm the parent of a child with cortical visual impairment. I'm glad to hear that the recommendation is to pass these changes to 1508. My child was one of the lucky ones that he received the diagnosis at 5 months old. The average time for a child to get a diagnosis of cortical visual impairment is 3 years, and that's if they can get a diagnosis. If the parent has Medicaid, there's usually not a doctor in Louisiana who takes Medicaid that they can find a diagnosis. The old Bulletin 1508 required a diagnosis from an eye doctor for a neurological condition. These changes will help screen and identify these students so they can receive access to their educational materials. You're not going to see a proliferation of students in special education as a result of these changes. What it's doing is it's clarifying the rules to be in line with federal law, that a diagnosis is not required. Most of these kids are already in special education. This is going to identify their secondary disability because their access to their educational materials should not be dependent on their parents' educational level or economic status.
Thank you. We do not have any other public comment. Are there any other questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, is there any objection to the motion? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 41, item 5.3, consideration of revisions to bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators regarding student attendance. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
May I have Mr. Ross? Motion, have a second, please. Mr. Garber, a second. Superintendent Bowman.
So there is not a presentation around this particular item, so there'll be questions. But one of the areas that this particular board charged us to consider is the attendance and insurance issues that were happening across the state, which is reflective of what's happening across the nation. We convened a group of individuals in a task force that met several times, made a set of recommendations, and we shared with the board that at this particular meeting in March, we would bring some policy reflective of that forward, and so that is what you have before you today.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? Mr. Moore?
Yeah, I thought we were going to get some public comment on this one.
We have one public comment card for Mr. Michael Long.
Okay, I thought we were going to get some testimony that was going to provide us some insight on current practices for schools that have already implemented some of the recommended changes. I would ask for the public comment. I was going to ask Angie to come up, but we can do them first.
The order doesn't really matter. I'm just really interested in some folks that have already implemented some of the proposed changes.
We'll go ahead and do that. We don't have we'll just allow Dr. Singleton to do this, and then Dr. Singleton, I know you want to introduce our individuals who are joining us today from Kansas.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Ernie Singleton, Department of Education.
From Tangipahoa, Hall, we have Ms. Alexa Hookfin. She's with Student Services, and Ms. Julie Larkin. She is a SIS data analysis, and they'll discuss how they do daily attendance in Tangipahoa Parish.
Thank you, and just for the record, if you could identify yourself.
Good morning, I'm Alexa Hookfin, Student Services Coordinator, Tangipahoa Parish School System.
Julie Larkin, SIS data analyst for the district.
So we've been asked to share today by Ms. Shonika Adams what we're doing in Tangi as far as attendance. So we're also a part of the Louisiana Attendance Alliance program, and we've been focusing on chronic absenteeism as well as truancy in our district. So we initiated some of the robust ideas for attendance this year, and we had a great plan to work. However, when it came to work the plan, we had a few momentous occasions, but for the most part, we're moving right along. We're working closely with our district team and our SIS team with the practices for our multi-tiered approach for attendance in our daily tracking practices. And Ms. Julie will take it from there.
Okay, y'all. So Ms. Hookman and I have been working together this year to come up with a plan to help improve our attendance numbers in our district. So collectively, we did decide that we need to offer more trainings to our school level administrators to help them get a grasp on students who need intervention sooner rather than later. As a result, we did recently pull in all of our.
Pull your mic a little closer, please.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Is it? Okay. Can you hear me any better? Okay. All right. So as a result, we did recently pull in all of our administrators across the district responsible for attendance and truancy. So I'm only going to have a second to barely even scratch the surface of all the things that we covered in this training, but I'm just going to give you the highlights. Our district does use J-Campus as our local SIS. An idea. One thing that we did cover in this meeting, our attendance administrators do receive automated notification emails, which means as soon as the student has been marked unexcused 3, 5, 7, or 9 days, they automatically get an email delivered directly to their inbox so that they know that they need to look at the student if they've been marked unexcused a certain amount of days. We do have automated phone calls going out to 3 of our high schools right now, which means that the phone calls are automatically sent out to guardians when a student is marked absent, targeted class, skipped, checked in, or checked out. I personally love this option because it may not work with all guardians, but you know what? You get the right mama bear or papa bear that gets that phone call, they're going to get it taken care of really quickly. So I am hoping by next school year that all of our high schools will be on board to try to get this under control. We do have some reports in J-Campus that I did show these administrators that I am going to go over with you in more detail in upcoming slides, but just wanted to give you a heads up that any of the information that you see on these screens is not going to have real student data in it. If it is, it's been blurred out. What I have done for situations such as this, if I don't have student PII showing on the screen, I have made my dogs some test subjects in our local system. And just so you can see who the 2 little bad boys are. That's them. So they've got a lot of attendance and truancy issues this year and discipline issues. Mama and the dogs both need interventions. Maybe you should send some help. So anyway, going forward, one of the things that we went over is the absence analysis report. In my opinion, this is the absolute most valuable report because it allows the users to proactively identify students who may have had an attendance issue before it results in truancy court. In this one report, you can print letters and letter labels to send home to parents. You can send attendance letter emails directly to the guardians. You can print a form for an in-person meeting. You can even go as far as sending a phone call or a text out from the screen as well. I'm just going to give you some quick little examples of what this looks like. So when you run the absence analysis report, we told our schools to zone in on the absence count dates of 3, 5, 7, and 9 days. But for the purpose of this report, I ran just to see who had 10 or more absences. So what it's going to look like on the second screenshot on this screen, it's telling you that that elementary school has got 18 students that have had 10 or more absences.
click on that number 18, you're going to get your list of your students, and you're going to see my little bad BG has gotten in trouble again with his attendance. You have the option to go up here and select all of your students to take care of all of it at once, or you can select one at a time. And you can see down here at the bottom that I have, that's all the options that you have on this one screen. For the printable letter, here's an example. The first page is the actual attendance letter with the information of the student has missed this X number of days. Second page is our Tampa Parish policy letter. And the final page is the actual detailed attendance letter that is attached. On the bottom right, you can see that the schools also have the options right then and there to print out an address label so they can slap it on an envelope and send it home to the parent right then and there. We can also send emails directly to any guardian associated with those students at that exact moment. And I mean, as soon as they hit the button, it's instantly sent out to the parents so they know. We have the example in-person form, so should you want to have a face-to-face meeting with your guardians, you have this option as well. We also went over the truancy report, pretty straightforward. It identifies any student who is considered truant based off of the state's definition of truancy. It's the same way as the previous report. It tells you how many students are considered truant at your school. When you click on that number, it's going to send you the list. It's going to detail each number of days that the student has missed and list out the number of days that the student has missed unexcused for that semester. And then once again at the bottom, if you click the print letters button, you automatically have Tangipahoa's truancy letter. It automatically fills in the student's name, guardian's name, number of unexcused days missed, and the second page is once again the detailed attendance. We also showed the schools the dues report, which is the dropout early warning system report that identifies any students who are at risk of becoming a dropout or any student that may need some intervention, early intervention. It uses a lot of different data points, such as being overage for their grade level, number of discipline referrals, student GPA, and attendance percentages to determine at-risk students. When you run the report, it works the same as a lot of other J-Campus reports. If you see a number, you can click on that and it's going to tell you what students the numbers are made up of. But ultimately what you're looking at in this report is the at-risk. So when you click on that 135 students at risk at that school, you're going to get your list. And this list is going to give you anybody that you might need to give interventions to at an early level before they might result into being a dropout. Sorry. Some other highlights that we went over with the schools that we did explain to the school administrators the importance of making sure all teachers are taking daily attendance. We showed them how to run reports to narrow down any teachers who miss taking attendance. And also Tangipahoa submits our data, including attendance, to EdLink on a daily basis at 5 p.m. EdLink has reports that we can look at with our attendance numbers versus the state's average numbers. So that kind of gives us an idea of where we stand. Mr. Finn did say that the number of students being referred to truancy court significantly increased after we offered the training. To some, that might sound absolutely terrible, but to me, that means that the schools are taking the proactive approach to getting attendance issues under control. Our district does hope that our new plan of frequent trainings and communications with our school administrators will help whittle down any attendance issues we've been having in the past. Just wanted to thank you for your time and see if anybody had any questions.
Any questions? Any comments? Thank you all for your time. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Paul?
Michael Falk, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents, and I'm prepared to hand out from our group. We, as superintendents, realize the importance of student attendance being a vital component of a student's academic performance. School systems across the state have adopted significant policies to address student attendance. At one point in time, attendance was one of the factors in school accountability in calculating a school performance. Before we make any changes to policy and implement policy changes, we ask for several areas to be addressed and recommendations made before changes to current policies. First of all, continue to work on a STAR task force, but we ask for the inclusion of superintendents on that task force. Second, review the policies that are in effect in the local school systems regarding attendance and see what are the best practices. Some of the things that TANSPAHO is using are being used by districts throughout the state who have the J-Campus software. Not all students are using that not all systems are using that software. They have another system, and we need to make sure that that system can provide the information that's needed. Before any changes, make sure that the information systems are aligned properly. During the Superintendent's Advisory Council, the question was asked about the coordination of data with the EdLink and the fact that some districts were still experiencing problems. And they wanted properly aligned so that they can correctly report attendance and changes can be kept up. We asked for clarifying on the missed assignments and tests where it says when completed satisfactorily and in a timely manner. Question is, who's going to determine if it's satisfactorily and what is the timely manner? And then there needs to be some discussion regarding underlying issues that are still challenges. Holding parents accountable because we have a state law about mandatory attendance. Cooperation from local governing authorities and the courts in filing charges. Parent is in violation of the law. There is no process for them to be brought to the court and held accountable. The DAs are overburdened, the courts are overburdened, and so this is not high on the radar in a lot of cases. So it causes the problem, and if the parents aren't held accountable, you can have all the laws in the books you want, they're not going to address it. So we respectfully ask that these things be considered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner.
Next question, Mr. Faulkner, too. Did the superintendent take exception to anything? I heard concern being raised about decision-making for timely work, but I'm sure that would be the district's discretion. Did the superintendent take exception to anything specifically and what's on the table with this proposal?
Other than
I realize that we're not going to solve everything, related to truancy with just one proposal, but I do recognize it's something that requires a significant amount of urgency, given the fact that the last number I got from LDOE was 40% truancy rate in the state. So I think it's appropriate that this board be considering some serious action in that direction. So just want to understand if there's just specifically in the proposal on the table that the superintendents have concern about.
the information system and coordinating the data, making sure it's accurate, number one.
But does the proposal on the table require any district to use any specific information system?
No, but it has, according to the report that was presented at the superintendent's advisory, they had a timeline where you were going to have the day attendance reported, I think it's either monthly and then every day after that. The concern is if you go to a daily report in attendance and it's not coordinated and the problems have not been worked out, then you got to make corrections and stuff. So they were concerned about that.
My understanding on that one is that's like 2 years out or 3 years out. Superintendent only can help you with that. So that's not for another 3 years before that would actually have to be implemented. But this is really a high priority and something that needs some focused attention. It seems like 3 years is a reasonable amount of time to work out a appropriate software system.
They asked for our concerns, we shared them, Mr. Morris.
Okay.
And that was the maintain.
Is there anything else that?
Well, other than the things I listed, you know, these were just things that were brought out in the discussion and input that we had received when they wanted, and we wanted the board to realize that these were the areas that we had talked about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Mr. Falk brought up the fact that there's not a superintendent on the STAR task force, so is it possible for us to add a representative from his organization to the task force?
Yeah, whenever the group meets again, should need to meet again in the fall, we're happy to include additional people. I would say though that there were, I believe, 3 child welfare and attendance officers from school systems to represent local school systems. So it's not as if the systems weren't represented. It was a member of that district level team there, not the superintendent. But if we meet again, we're happy to consult with Mr. Falk and see who we might want to have on that particular group.
This is really technical, but what do we do about students who are the in-school suspension? So I have a need to know if people are in my building or not in my building in an emergency. And if I code them as suspended, then I think there's the assumption that they're not in the building.
Yeah, there's a code for in-school suspension at the local level that will roll up to either excused, unexcused, or suspension, expulsion.
Okay, so this doesn't, with this, there's still gonna be local codes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, got it.
Ms. Orange, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This question might be for the superintendent, or perhaps just any of our board members who are closest to schools might have a perspective, but in listening to the report from our colleague from Tangipahoa, and then also listening to Mr. Falk's remarks, I am struck by the emphasis on compliance, right? More communication out to parents, truancy, we're talking about more court dates. I guess I'm just wondering, like, that assumes that the root cause is parents, right? I just want to be really clear. Is that what we're all saying is what we're trying to solve for? Because I think these strategies might give us more data as to who is coming and who isn't, which I don't disagree with. We need good data, but I don't think it's telling us like enough nuance about why they're not coming. And I just want to understand what the solution set is solving for that leads us to believe this is actually getting at the root cause of why our kids are not coming to school in the places that they're not coming to school.
No, I think you raise an outstanding point. I mean, I think that is the principle, but I don't think we can get there until we have, a better data set. And our data looks different across the state. Some systems do it a certain way, others do it a different way. We have very limited access to high quality data in this particular bit of information. I'll agree with you. I had a conversation just 2 weeks ago with a school leader and I was like probing around where does the actual breakdown happen? Is it school? Is it with law enforcement? Is it with the DA? Is it with the juvenile judges? Is it with a lack of community support organizations? And this particular leader shared with me that they feel like the breakdown happens between once they have the information and then the handoff to law enforcement to provide the information to the family that the child is truant. And so in that particular school, that is where that breakdown is happening. But I can tell you, I believe like across the state, this is a real challenge. This flow is a challenge of good data and then good practices and then to law enforcement and or the DA and then to the juvenile judges. And that has to be smooth. And then you have to have the wraparound supports to do all of that. And I just don't think we have a smooth process around that. And we're not solving for all that today. We're simply solving for trying to get to a place where we have better data to even go to the next step.
I just want to say one more follow-up though, but in the communication, the examples we just saw, like setting up a binary dynamic with a family that's like, you are out of compliance in bold, and like, how does that set up the kind of relationship with our families that would help us get at the same side of the table and solve the problems that are holding back the reason why kids aren't coming to school? There's something about the frame around compliance that I'm very curious about. Like, does that get us closer to working with families to solve the problem?
And I think that particular example is within the SIS system that they use within their system. We have multiple systems that are being used. Ultimately, this is about relationships between local systems and families. We're just trying to get to a place where we have cleaner data across the state to see what levels of support, we might provide. But look, Ms. Hornchuk, I agree with you 100%. This is not going to solve it. This is going to give us information maybe to help get there.
Thanks.
Ms. Butler.
There's a whole lot of issues around this, legislative issues. Somebody came, when you said the definition of truancy, you had 5 unexcused parties or 5 unexcused absences. You have some people that are just late to school every day. The parent drops them off 10 minutes late, 5 unexcused parties. They certainly we would consider them truant, but state law considers them truant. So you put them in the system and boom, they're truant. The number of unexcused absences for truancy doesn't even match the number of absences for a kid not to receive a credit. Those pieces are in conflict with each other. So you've got all this legislation. We have the legislation even mandates in defense, the people who can't poll with the J Campus student information system. Those are required by law. You got to send out a 3-day letter, a 5-day letter, a this day letter, a that day letter. So those are compliance measures that are just automatically sent out or triggered and sent to parents, which we all have to do. So you have all of these things circulating, and what it boils down to, and these are generalizations that I'm going to make, just having been intricately involved in all of this for years. When you're looking at an elementary student, then you're looking at a parent issue. As we all know, the 6-year-old is not the one who is just staying home because they have one come to school. It's a parent issue of why that elementary kid is not coming to school. As you move on to middle and high school, you've got, in a great manner, almost a reversal of that. It's student issues. Because you can have the most supportive parent in the world that is other issues with the student. So the why is extremely important. Now, in practicality, we can have all the data, because we got the data. Locally, we know our data. Maybe statewide, you don't know the data. If I'm not going to create a dropout, these are some dropout prevention strategies that we use. When a child exceeds the number of days to earn a credit, what do you do? We don't just stop and say, I'm sorry, son, you don't get progressed from 6th grade to 7th grade, because boom, you hit that magic number beyond which now you can't receive your credit, you can't move on. Or high school credit, same thing. If you don't have the seat time, you don't have the number of attendance days. So we have robust programs where we make up the time and the work. We have numbers of kids, especially at the middle and the high school level, particularly the high school level, they can successfully complete a course with the appropriate academic level of competence, but have missed the number of days required in order to get credit. So then we open up Saturday sessions, so we make them make up the time. None of that shows in this data that you can collect, because he's still going to have been absent every one of those days, unless you're looking and we go back and we say these days now are made up in a different fashion. So nothing is very simple with all this. So if we're taking step one, the thing I like to see, big public, 40% of our kids are here, 35% don't do this. There's so much behind those numbers that is not able to be captured with that raw piece of information. So I just want to caution as we sit here and collect all this data and collect data ad nauseum. But if we don't know what's really behind it, and what the remedies that we're doing right now, and what the best practices that we have been developing ourselves, then that's a whole different ballgame. Let's look at that in relation to completion data, in relation to data, trying to work. I mean, there's a lot to go into it. So if we're talking about this as the first step of collecting attendance data, we've got to be responsible enough to use it correctly and to start talking about what districts are doing for kids that are in these situations. And, you know, and you're right, I mean, we go to the courts now. Judges do not want to deal with this. I can tell you that right now. I mean, it's a really tough thing, but we do it. And it's mostly parent issues, like I said, at the elementary level. But it is much more difficult when that student is getting older as to how we're going to solve these. What is the court going to do when we get JDC forever? You know, I mean, it's not that easy. So yes, I don't have an objection to collecting the data, but this can't be the single thing that we do. It has to be done in conjunction with other measures, and then an explanation of what this really means. Because in and of itself, it can be interpreted in a very narrow and really contradictory way. It doesn't really represent what you might think it does on its own.
And Superintendent Oshie, I want to add to that, like, I don't want to acknowledge that there's not good work happening alongside this. Like, we've cultivated a whole CWA network over the last couple of years and built out alongside, like with the Jumpstart Convention, the Child Welfare Attendance, like Skinny Block, and then they have regular collaborations now, so they're networking. So I think the best practices are being exchanged alongside this. So I mean, what you and Ms. Warren Jones have both said, I agree with. Like, we have to be thoughtful moving forward. And what are the interventions? What are the changes? How do we get the DAs? How do we get the judges? How do we get the support institutions going with us? But I mean, I think we just feel like it's harder to do if we don't have confidence in our data. That's all.
Right, but that single piece of data doesn't represent the true situation. It doesn't represent mitigating factors or the practices that we've done for these kids who have exceeded required number of days. We've gone back and done other things, and those numbers still exist that way. So how do you reconcile a 40% rate of whatever this is, excessive absences beyond which you can get credit, and then a graduation rate that's higher than 60%, as you would say. So on the average, you've got a 40% excessive non-attendance rate, then that should translate into the kid not getting credit. So you got to be careful how we present this and what it means, and are there other factors that we may have employed that doesn't solve the problem, but does mitigate it.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree, and I would also add there, like, this is why through your lead up, I know some people push back on why it's taking so long, but like there are things we have to work out on the way. Dr. Davis.
But just a simple, what's unexcused and excused. You know, if I have a ball team that is going to the Little League World Series, am I excusing the absence? Or is that going to count as unexcused because it's really not an academic trip? I excuse the absence. But I'm not going to be prohibited from excusing it if we define this too narrowly. Those kinds of things. We have to be real careful on how we do this.
Dr. Davis.
Well, I say, Dr. Brumley, I appreciated your point that you made about the fact that there are attendance officers from local districts on STAR. But Superintendent Gaucher's comments combined with Mr. Falk's comment highlight to me maybe there is a real need for a system level view of this issue. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that a member of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents be added to the STAR task force, and that member be chosen by last.
And that motion is seconded by Mr. Garvey.
As you vote on that, just one comment. We're going to do that anyway, but I appreciate the extra support.
Okay.
I just want to take the opportunity to touch on the thing with my colleagues, Ms. Holmes Jones, and as we appreciate this. When I served on the STAR task force, it was made very clear that this one particular recommendation is not going to solve the whole problem. It's a very complex problem, and the
task force. It's a very diverse group. And of course, there will be definitely some added value with the superintendent participation as well. But it's a very diverse group representing folks who are involved in this process. But two or three takeaways that I had from those meetings were, number one, there's a significant variance in the accuracy of the data that's recorded. Superintendent Brumley's comment, achieving accurate data was one of the major takeaways from the STAR task force. Another one is Superintendent Bochet's comment that there are a number of complexities here. There are contributing factors. This proposal is not going to address, obviously, all of those issues. But the STAR task force is working these issues, and they're going to come back to this board, I think, in the fall, Superintendent, is that right? With the progress update. But just to share with my fellow board members, one of the first things that I asked for was a process flow diagram that shows how does this whole thing work, right? Does everybody understand the process? And is the left hand talking to the right hand? And obviously the process isn't working. So whenever we do have a problem, where's the bottleneck at? And nobody in the task force could provide that flow diagram. It provides us with a really simple visual indication of how the process works. So for me, that was a significant issue, if we can't bring something like that to the table. So I think there's a lot of work yet to be done, but I think this is an important first step to recognize the priority and to put some sort of timeline in place over a 3-year period of time to address a very urgent matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We have this is a substitute motion. An additional motion.
Are we still approving?
It's still being approved as a motion. Correct. So it'll be, I'll substitute, I guess, act on an amended motion. Is the way to phrase it. Is there any objection to the amended motion? No objections. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 44, item 6.1, consideration of an update report regarding accountability and graduation requirements for English learners. The recommendation is to receive. An additional backup has been distributed.
May I have a motion? Dr. Davis, may I have a second? Mr. Castillo.
Mr. Mallory, this particular item is an item that Dr. Davis, I believe, requested to be considered at this particular board meeting. The department does not have a particular recommendation or presentation, but the group that is approached many of the Excel group is here, and we've asked them to make a presentation, about a 15-minute presentation, and open the floor to take questions from the board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Brumley. We're passing around some of our research and data that you'll see in this presentation about is it on? Cool. About the Excel graduation pathway. My name is Emma Merrill, and I'm the director of one of Louisiana's newcomer high schools for students who are new to the country, grades 9 through 12.
Good afternoon, my name is Shuba Chavez. I'm also an educator here in Louisiana, and we're here on behalf of the statewide Excel Graduation Pathway Coalition.
So our coalition comes from this data point. Louisiana's graduation rate overall is around 80%, and for students who are English learners, it's hovering around 41%. And so this coalition really seeks to change this, right? We're losing students to graduation who could be potential participants in our workforce, our economy, and we want to share our research and our proposed solutions with you today. And we look forward to your questions and comments at the end. So if we look at the map, Louisiana is one of 8 states that require standardized test scores for graduation. these states in red. But even these states have some expanded criteria for English learners. And we're going to see those in just a second. So Florida, Texas, Massachusetts, Virginia, Wyoming, New York were all those 8 states that you saw on the map. And Florida and Texas actually have some of the highest percentage of English learners, our neighbors. And then we have data on the 2019 grad rate for the overall population, as you can see in the second column, and the English learner grad rate in the third column. So we listed the 2019 grad rate because that was our last year with a testing requirement for these states as well as Louisiana. And Florida and Texas not only have the smallest gap in graduation rates, you can see the differential there on the right, only a 12-point gap between overall and EL for Florida, and only about a 17-point gap between grad rate for overall and English learners in Texas. And they're also our neighbors, right? So we want to look at their policies and kind of see what they're doing so Louisiana's grad rate differential can improve.
So this is an example of a policy from Florida that was in place to yield that smaller 12% gap. So the state allowed districts to let English learners show content mastery through other means of assessment that was appropriate to their level of English proficiency, but still aligned to grade level standards. Florida has additional protections in place, including instructional recommendations, student-teacher recommendations for English learners. But again, these are just among the factors that contribute to that smaller differential of 12% versus ours, which is 40%. Looking at Texas, so Texas also has policies specific to English learners and assessments that we can learn from. So they require all of their general population students to pass assessments for graduation. But for English learners with very specific eligibility, they can show content mastery through formative assessment through coursework. So eligibility for this policy is 3 years or less in the country, or if a student has interrupted formal education, 5 years or less in the country. So again, this contributes to their 17% differential versus ours, which is 40%.
So then we looked at some of our policies as a state in Louisiana. And if we look at Bulletin 741, Louisiana acknowledges that passing the LEAP 2025 is an inherent barrier in the function of being an English learner. So Bulletin 741 says that an English learner is a student identified who must have difficulties in speaking, reading, writing, or understanding the English language, such as challenges that may be sufficient to deny them the ability to meet the state's proficient level of achievement on state assessments. So we're already seeing sort of this disparity between policy that exists and sort of a solution that we want to come up with. We also know English learners are the only subgroup held accountable to 2 exams. So first, the LEAP 2025, and second, the ELT, which is the English Language Proficiency Test. And students take it every February to see sort of their growth in the English language and English proficiency. As we can see in the chart and in Bulletin 118, Louisiana already acknowledges it takes 7 years for older newcomers, grades 6 through 12, to become proficient in a language. So Bulletin 118 says each English learner's expected trajectory to proficiency will be determined as follows. So if a student arrives to us 6th through 12th grade as emerging, you can see the first column, by year 2, there'll be a P1, by year 3, P2, year 4, P2, etc., up until year 7 when they're proficient in the English language. This is also in schools' SPS scores, right? So if a student is making growth on the ELT exam, that does count towards the achievement factor of schools' performance scores.
So we see that as a state, we acknowledge that passing the LEAP is a barrier inherent to being an English learner. We also see that Louisiana gives older arrivals 7 years to become proficient, but we are still requiring these students, these older arrivals, still in EL status, to pass the LEAP for graduation. right? And that conflict in expectation is why we have these results today with 80% of total graduation rate versus 41% for our English learners. We also see that English learners have the lowest graduation rate among all of our subgroups. And just for some comparison, in 2019, Louisiana was 49th in the nation for EL graduation rates, and as of this year, we're 50th.
Now we recognize that the LEAP is an incredibly important diagnostic tool for gathering data on measuring schools' progress towards success. However, we also know that using the LEAP as a measure of content mastery for students who are new to the country at grades 6 through 12 shows a disparity when they're learning a language that the test is written in. So we're about to show you some current data, how we know that the LEAP 2025 is a barrier disproportionate to this population of students who come to us in high school, and why we should act on this compelling data now. So the first, oh no, the data's a little skewed, okay. The first data point we're going to show you is the 80% grad rate overall for Louisiana in 2019, and then the 41% rate of English learner graduation in 2019, which was the last year across the state that state testing was required for graduation. The next data point is from 2020, where we had a COVID waiver, right? So 84% grad rate overall, but the English learner population increased to 48% in that year. The next year was 2021, 83% grad rate overall, jumped to about 52% graduation rate for English learners, which shows a net increase in these years of 3 points for the overall population and about 11 points for English learners. What I really want to stress here when we were gathering this data is that we knew, and we especially knew as educators, that students during these COVID waiver years were completing seat time requirements just as any other year, even though learning was virtual, right? They were still passing classes, even though learning was virtual. The only difference in these years was a state test required for graduation. And we still do not have data points from the past 2022 year. We're waiting on that for the state. But this breakdown was similar across, in different parishes across the state. So looking at Orleans Parish, we saw a 3-point jump in overall population during these years and about a 7-point jump for English learners. East Baton Rouge Parish, which has the second highest number of English learners in Louisiana, saw about a 4-point jump in overall population and a 22-point jump for English learners with the COVID waiver. And even in mixed parish, Calcasieu Parish, which actually has a very large growing English learner population right now, we saw a 3-point jump in overall and about 20 points for English learners. And finally, in a very high-performing parish, St. Bernard, we saw a 0.6-point jump for overall population and a 9-point jump for English learners, showing that these exams are disproportionately affecting this population.
So we can see that disproportionality is true on the state level, on the parish level, but it's not an anomaly to Louisiana. So another state that requires testing, right, under the same conditions, under the same period of years, saw a very similar effect. So here's Florida, very similar, right, 3-point net increase for the total population, 11-point for the EL population. Now Florida has one data point that we don't yet have, and that's their 2022 graduation rates. They did reinstate testing requirements that year, so let's see what happened. So we can see that upon reinstating of testing requirements that that the graduation rate and the differential dropped, right? In the year before, there was only a 4-point gap between L's and the total, and we see that drop to 14. So regardless of how we slice the data, whether we're looking at Louisiana, Florida, or at the parish level, we can see the impact is pretty clear. Requiring test performance on state exams as a contingency for graduation is a policy that's disproportionately a barrier for our English learners.
And in our initial conversations with the department and superintendent, we were encouraged to to look for statewide data, but also gather statewide support. So what we've done over the past couple of years is built a statewide coalition around Excel. So as you can see on this slide, it includes advocacy groups, business groups, educational interests. We've spoken to many school boards across the state, and we're super proud from endorsements from the Orleans Parish, Calcasieu Parish, Lafayette Parish, and really created statewide support. But obviously, this list is not exhaustive, right? We've spoken to a lot of other organizations and taken feedback from them as well, and about to show you sort of the solution that we have come up with next. So the solution would be the Excel graduation pathway, which is expanded criteria for English learners in Louisiana. After showing you sort of all the data that we've compiled, the state policies in other states, listening to feedback from a variety of stakeholders, we've come up with a solution that we think will work. And I know in my classroom and in schools, we see students arrive to the country 16 years old, 17 years old, 18 years old, with transfer credits from their home countries, right, to place them in 10th grade, 11th grade. And we want to make sure that we're growing them in English language skills. And they're passing their classes, right? They're passing their classes, they're meeting seat time requirements, but the barrier is an exam in English to graduation. And we know that these students deserve lives of unlimited opportunity and to become strong participants in Louisiana's workforce, economy, and society. And so what we want to focus on is how do we provide explicit English learner instruction, and how do we create a pathway for these scholars to graduate. So this is exactly what the policy proposal is. We want an expanded graduation pathway, and we want students to still sit for the LEAP 2025, right? We need that data, we want to know where they're at. They must still pass all courses required for a diploma, and they must still meet seat time requirements. But in addition, to be eligible for graduation, students could complete a standards line portfolio for those LEAP 2025 courses, and they could also meet ELP proficiency trajectory standards that align with sort of that slide that shows the 7 years trajectory that a student should be on to grow in English language proficiency.
So who would be eligible for the Excel graduation pathway? It's actually a very narrow group of students. So thinking about that 7-year trajectory, students who come to us 7 years or later don't have 7 years with us to become proficient in English. So this pathway is only open for those students who come here 7th grade or later. We believe in the quality teaching and learning happening in the state. So newcomers K-6 are not eligible. They have ample time to build that English language to meet traditional standards of promotion and graduation. This also reconciles other policy in place. Currently, schools' SPS scores do not factor in a student's achievement on the LEAP until their 3rd year in the country. But we are still denying students diplomas within their first 2 years based on the achievement of the LEAP. So again, eligibility is only for students who arrive 7th grade or later.
And there are also some other implications, and when we asked stakeholders for feedback on this, they were really excited about the potential for increased workforce and economic participation across Louisiana. And there are a lot of other implications that align with the department's goals as well. So first, achieving as a state goal number 2 of a 90% graduation rate of English learners by 2025, we need to bridge that gap because we're currently at 41%. Second, our English learner students could be held accountable to ELP results in English proficiency growth. Currently, they're only held accountable to scoring on the LEAP 2025. And then finally, that leads to the third point, right? Schools will incentivize excellent English language programming. They'll be able to invest in English language teachers, English language programming, and not just scheduling English learners for LEAP courses, especially when they fail and then they have to repeat the same LEAP courses over and over again. And then finally, the SS state goal number 3 is 63% ELT growth, English language proficiency growth by 2025. We're currently at a state at 47% of English learners making ELT growth, so we definitely want to achieve that one as well.
So here's some reasons why we think Excel is the answer to close this differential of 40 points in our graduation rate. So for one, Excel will be Title VI compliant. Title VI protects people who are limited English proficient, and Excel doesn't require a native level of English proficiency for graduation, which our LEAP exams by de facto they are. We will also be introducing a valid assessment of content mastery. Right, we know test validity does a test measure what it purports to measure. And if students, right, English learners, if they have mastered standards of biology or Algebra 1, but they're just not able to communicate that on an exam that's written in a language that they're still learning, right? So it validates the construct of the exam. And then again, Excel incentivizes growth in English proficiency, both for students and for schools. And again, maintains that standard of content mastery required for students to participate in workforce, career, college, and post-secondary outcomes, but in a way that divorces the content assessment from language proficiency. So just revisiting the Florida graduation rates we talked about earlier. So they saw, right, upon reinstating of testing requirements, they saw the disproportionate drop for English learners, right? ELs were actually the only subgroup that saw a net decrease over that period of time in their state, and they saw that this was, in effect, just specific to this one population. So even though they had a much smaller differential than us, right, ending with 14% versus our 40%, they still decided that this was unacceptable, which is why this year, beginning this year, they have expanded their graduation criteria for newly arrived ELs as well, using coursework and formative assessments for students to demonstrate content mastery. And this is actually why we have some urgency behind our ask today. We don't have to make that same misstep, right, and reinstate testing requirements this year for this population just to see a drop. We see what's happened, we've seen the precedent, so that's why part of our ask today is for consideration of Excel eligible students for this graduating class of 2023 to be considered as Excel eligible this spring.
We also ask LDOE to draft bulletin language that codifies Excel to return with an update in the April BEST meeting. And once the board is able to accomplish the first two items, we ask that a longer-term strategy is considered that coordinates with the legislature.
So we have an opportunity here today to remove this artificial barrier for these students to participate in workforce and economy, starting with this class of 2023 and beyond.
Thank you so much, and please let us know what questions or comments you have. We'd love to work together for a better future.
Any questions or comments?
I do have some questions, but I know we have some public comment, and I'd like to hear the public comment, but would like to ask these two ladies to stay pretty close for the follow-up questions.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Several individuals have submitted public comment cards in support, do not wish to speak. Those individuals are Tremel Howard, Cesar Rico, Monica Perry, Ginger Richard, and Kristen Orr, and I apologize if I misspoke on any of those names. The following individuals, if y'all can make your way down, Lane Edelman, Dr. Aaron Atkins, Melinda Mylan Aldana, and Orlin Moladano Ramirez. When y'all start, if you could just identify yourself, and maybe I'll have to order y'all right.
Thank you so much. Good morning, my name is Lane Edelman, I'm principal of Acadiana High School in Lafayette. I come to you today on behalf of an underrepresented portion of my student population. These students have come to us through unimaginable hardships. Their stories include horrors that movies are made of, and yet they walk our halls very, very proud to be in America, where they're able to come to school and have the opportunity to chase the American dream. They hope to find success and a better life than one filled with political corruption, kidnapping, gang violence, human trafficking, poverty, and murder. These students are highly successful in our classrooms, but they're held from graduating because they're unable to master the English language on a standardized test years faster than research has proven it even possible. We have our most skilled teachers working in small focus groups with our English learners to pour their content knowledge into them. However, this has not been sufficient in equaling success on the leap. This is because the students are failing not due to a lack of content mastery, but simply because of their lack of English language proficiency. These students and their teachers know that with more time in the country, they would easily acquire the language skills necessary to pass any test given to them. Our students have proven it this year when given the work keys in Spanish rather than English, resulting in a miraculous jump in students' achievement rates. Research has proven that full language acquisition takes 7 years. Acadiana High has 167 limited English proficient students, 115 of which will meet their target graduation date prior to being in the U.S. for 7 years. 69% of our English language learners have been denied the opportunity to become fully proficient with English language prior to being required to pass the leap in English with only extended time and a word-to-word dictionary to assist them. 5 of our current seniors are English learners that have taken and failed the leap multiple times, multiple of those by only 1 point, and are currently unable to graduate despite having met all other graduation requirements. The lack of an alternative means of showing their content mastery is a disservice to our students that want nothing more than to enter college or the workforce and become proud, contributing members of our society. Many of these students arrive to our country with only a year or 2 left prior to securing all of their graduation requirements. They just simply can't master the English language fast enough to pass the leap in that time. They found success in their classroom due to their hard work and dedication that they embody. We ask that you consider these newcomers to the U.S. an alternative means in which to satisfy the leap requirement for graduation. These students have a right to have their voices heard, the option to submit a portfolio of work to provide our EL students the equity that they deserve. I ask that you listen to them and understand that they have satisfied everything necessary for graduation and are only held back by an exam that weighs more on their understanding of the English language than it does on the content with which it's supposed to be assessing. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Erin Atkins, Assistant Principal at Acadiana High. As Ms. Edelman stated, we teach 167 left students, with 115 of those students that are in the United States in the last 7 years. Our halls and classrooms are filled with children, not data points and not labels on the leap performance report. These students left their homes and families because of lack of opportunity and severity of life-threatening dangers. A father kidnapped from work and beaten because of political views. Teenage brothers living alone in a one-room shack in the middle of incredible gang territories. The only male in the family is not saving everything to pay to get into his grandmother in the United States. Students living countries and neighborhoods at war with family left behind. 19 days, 21 days, a year and a half spent traveling by bus, car, and on foot, homeless and sleeping on foreign streets and in deserts. They were kidnapped, extorted, starving, scared, yet hopeful, persistent, and determined. This isn't a TV show. These are our students, children who come to our school every day to make progress towards their American dream. They have overcome hardships that most of us cannot imagine for ourselves or for our children. These tests do not measure their ability to master standards being taught in the classroom. They measure the ability of these students to read and write in a language that they are still learning. Despite completing all other graduation requirements, they do not have enough time to become proficient in our English language and pass these leap exams before expected to graduate. While provided with some testing accommodations, the words or dictionary extended time are not enough to make up for the lack of time of opportunity they have had here. Research determines it takes 3 to 5 years for a student to obtain oral proficiency when learning English as a second language, and 4 to 7 years to attain academic proficiency and reach parity with their English-speaking peers. Researchers also identified a widening gap between left students and their English-speaking peers, stating that it is not possible to offer adequate language instructions to left students within the time allotted during a normal school day. We are not here asking for these students to be given free passes. We're asking for an opportunity for our students who have been in the country less than 7 years to be able to demonstrate their content knowledge and show mastery of standards in another way, through a portfolio. An opportunity that would eliminate the language barriers that we do not have time to overcome. When we ask these students what they want you to know about them, these are their answers. To have compassion with my English, because the exam is hard, even for English-speaking students. The test of sentences and paragraphs, but the words or dictionary is just words. When you just put words together, it doesn't make sense going from one language to another. If the test was in my own language, I could pass it. To understand that even though we don't speak English, we still have the knowledge to get through these courses. I will advance and move forward despite the struggles I will have to face. Their realities have transferred from working on forms, laying bricks, being trafficked, and the unknown, to aspiring to continue their education. They now dream to be flight attendants and pilots, helping others see the beauty in the world. Lawyers, helping to interpret law and provide justice that their own father was not able to receive. To become an American soldier, to get something greater than himself in a country that helps save his family's life. Architects owning their own business with dreams to build a house where they know they are asleep when they lay down to sleep at night. And school counselors working to support future English learners and help all students maximize their educational opportunities available to them. These students at our school and others across the state are learning at rates higher than we can ever measure on an assessment. They're learning the content in their courses, new ways of life, and a new language. But they're at a disadvantage because of time that they simply don't have.
Hello, good morning. My name is Megan. I'm from Honduras. I have 18 years old. I'm presenting.
I think there's a green button.
Hello, good morning. My name is Megan. I'm from Honduras. I have 18 years old. I'm presenting Kiriganahat. I came from Honduras with my mother and my brother. We went through Guatemala by bus. We were stopped because our passport were expired. We were helping the country by a woman living on the street. We asking for food and money to get into Mexico. We rode in trailers and relied on the help of strangers. We were almost killed naked, but against members, and we escaped and found shelters with a family friend. We were scared, we knowing they could have killed us. We finally made it to the border of the United States. In a year and a half, after living at home in Honduras, I have passed all my real tests except English. I failed two of the times. I take it, it's the one thing stopping me from graduating. I have studied and spent extra time with the best English teacher at my school, but I hasn't been enough to get me one more point. I've been here for 6 years and I went to middle school. And my plans after my graduation, I want to apply for SLTC college because I want to be a flight attendant so I can help others see the world. And thank you for letting me be here, and God bless you all and have a great day.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Orly Maldonado. I'm 19, I'm from Honduras, and I come from Louisiana High School. And I represent all of those students who try hard but could not pass the leave, since it is an exam that is not our language, and it becomes more difficult. I come to this country looking for a better future, because on my country the study opportunities are few. There it's a lot of violence. This is my last school year. I have been working hard to learn English for 4 years and be a better student and person every day. I have shown that I am doing well. When I graduate, I want to go to university to be an architect, and I need to pass the exam. Will be taking the first step to carry out all my plans for the future. I hope that as educator, you understand the effort and sacrifice we make. Thank you to listen to me.
Thank you. Taylor Castillo and Monique Roberts, y'all can come down, and also Caitlin DeVille and Olin Parker, y'all can come and just have a seat for
greetings to the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Taylor Castillo. I'm Chief of Staff for a community organization in New Orleans. We work alongside Black and brown families to organize, advocate, and build new futures. And I just wanted to encourage the board to support this Excel pathway as an essential step to creating more equity in our state and in our educational system. This issue in particular is something that families have brought to us for years now. Basically, since the organization started, as a barrier that they have consistently run into. And we hear all the time about the struggles and hopelessness that they feel trying to take the same test over and over and over again, where it's not that they don't know the information, it's not that they don't know the content, but it's a structural barrier that is preventing them from passing and therefore graduating. And it doesn't matter how much passion they have for their classes, no matter how much work they put into it, they're still not passing. And it can be devastating for students' motivation, it can be devastating for families. And so I hope you really consider expanding graduation pathways for these students and considering the positive impact that it will have on families, students, and the community as a whole.
Greetings from Calhoun Parish School Board. I'm Monique Roberts, and I've been in the district for over 15 years working with English learners. I had a speech, but they said everything that I wanted to say, and that's in my heart. And I really hope you'll consider the Excel pathway. This is what our students need. Thank you.
Dr. West, if you can come down.
I am Caitlin Deville. I am the high school L coach for Calhoun Parish. Calhoun Parish serves 800 English language learners, and we have 200 that are in 9th and 12th grade. I've been with the department for 5 years, and I've had 5 years of triumph of students coming in shy and scared and unable to say my name is in English, to having full academic conversations with confidence. But I've also seen disappointment as the student realizes that they worked so hard mastering content, making good grades, and learning a brand new culture and language. But that learning isn't enough to pass LEAP exams. Currently, we have approximately 140 students in Calhoun who can have the goal of graduation unlocked by this new pathway. But 140 is only number on a piece of paper. This is just a number, but each number is a story. Stories like a young lady who came in as an 11th grader who I met with this week. She has all her courses in place that are either passed or she's on track to pass, but she's not been able to gain enough language in 2 years to pass the LEAP test, which is appropriate for the 7-year trajectory. Our department has the support in place for her to gain both the content and the language. She's disappointed that despite all of her hard work, she may not graduate and probably won't due to the LEAP exam. Or a young man who walked from Honduras to the United States, who started out as a 9th grader and is on track with the Jumpstart career track to graduate according to courses, but is struggling to pass the LEAP exams. He's been working on skills to join the Louisiana workforce and has gained language at a rapid rate, but with only 3 years is struggling to pass those exams. In each story, the same obstacle emerges. The LEAP is a barrier to graduation. These stories represent a much larger group in our state that is counting on us to guide them to success. They are doing the work. They are becoming people with dual cultures. They are becoming strong bilingual speakers. They are gaining content and skills to serve our communities in the state, whether they continue on to college or whether they go straight into the workforce. We have language monitoring through the ELT to show students' progress to the 7-year academic goal of fluency. Students are already working to master both language and content and can prove this with a portfolio. The keys are in place. Now you can unlock the door by removing the barrier of the LEAP graduation requirements to graduation. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Board members, my name is Olin Parker. I am representing the Orleans Parish School Board today. I serve as the board president in New Orleans. It's great to be back in the Louisiana Purchase Room. Great to see all of you. For those of you that don't know, I have been in the seat before. I worked at the Louisiana Department of Education for over 7 years. And I will just say I like this seat better now because I didn't have to prepare anything for the presentation, and I can go home. So before I speak on Excel, I just want to first shout out Ms. Merrill and Ms. Chavez for their work on this. They are two educators who have put together this statewide coalition during their bathroom breaks, during their playing periods, after school, and that is a truly incredible feat. So I want to commend them on their work. And I would also like to celebrate La Sierra's Academy, where Ms. Merrill is a teacher. La Sierra's Academy is a newcomers academy that was put together by Collegiate Academies, one of our charter networks in New Orleans and Baton Rouge as well. And I think it's just a great example of what happens when school leaders are given the autonomy to address the unique challenges that they face in their buildings. As I mentioned, I'm here today to present on behalf of the Orleans Parish School Board. We passed a resolution back in 2021 supporting the Excel graduation pathway, and we are excited to see all of the other coalition partners that have joined since then. Our vision as a school board is that students will receive a high-quality education that ensures they are prepared for civic, social, and economic success. And clearly, I think we would all agree that a high school diploma is a key to civic, social, and economic success. I want to share two student stories from New Orleans that illustrate why Excel is critically important for preparing New Orleans public school students to be contributing members of our community. The first student, who I will not name, but she arrived from Vietnam in the 10th grade. She was an honor roll student. She received straight A's. She grew from speaking very little English to English proficiency level of a 5 by her third year of high school, or in her third year in high school. Unfortunately, she was unable to pass the biology and U.S. history exam, not because she didn't know the content, but because of the English language barrier. After failing for a third time, this student became ashamed of her academic record and dropped out of high school. Her path to the American dream had a roadblock that our current state policy put in place, frankly, and that does not exist in neighboring states like Texas, Florida, and so many others across the country. The second student that I want to talk about today arrived as an unaccompanied minor. He wanted to support himself to create a better life, so he worked at night and went to school during the day. Like the previous student, he grew from a level 1 to a level 5 and still had trouble communicating his content knowledge in, you guessed it, U.S. history and biology. He took the leap 3 times and could not pass it. However, because when he was in high school coincided with spring of 2020, he was given a path to a high school diploma due to COVID. That student now earns $13,000 to $15,000 more annually than the first student I described, according to statistics from the Bureau of Labor, the Department of Labor. That just shows the impact that a high school diploma can have, not only for our students, but in our community. It is no secret that Orleans Parish is losing enrollment due to decreased birth rates, due to the increased cost of living. However, in the last 10 years, our enrollment of Hispanic students has increased by 9 percentage points. We expect that percentage will continue to increase, and we are excited about the opportunity and possibility to educate every student that walks in our doors. We as a board are in full support of the Excel graduation pathway. That resolution passed unanimously, and I would encourage the state board to please follow the lead of Texas, Florida, and so many other states in developing a pathway that will allow our students to graduate with a diploma and realize their highest and best version of the American dream. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Brumley. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today on the Excel graduation pathway. My name is Dr. Anna West, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Humanities AMPT, an educational organization that works closely with East Baton Rouge Parish public school system. Today, over 5,000 students in EBR-PSS are classified as English learners. I work with teachers and students at Terra High School, where 14% of the school population are English learners. In an ESL class that I was recently working with, we were reading the Langston Hughes poem, Harlem. The question that Langston Hughes asks in the poem, "What happens to a dream deferred?" invoked a heavy quiet in that 9th grade ESL classroom on the day that we read it. The quiet of 9th graders wondering about the viability of their futures, wondering if they dare to believe that dreams plus hard work could really add up to opportunity. My colleague, Dr. Alex Torres, researches and writes about the desires and motivations of immigrant high school students. She explains that students are animated by the desire to ser alguien, Spanish for being someone. Immigrant students and their families, she explains, know that to be someone in this country begins with 2 essential accomplishments: learning English and finishing high school. And yet so many students, in spite of a motivation that could move mountains, do not go on to finish high school. This is especially true for those who arrive in the country as adolescents. In Louisiana, a devastating 59% of our English learners do not graduate. When state testing was waived during the pandemic, L students in East Baton Rouge Parish schools graduated at a 22% higher rate under that testing waiver. It takes 7 years, as many have said, to achieve the proficiency needed in English, and yet many students age out before they reach that level of proficiency that would allow us to effectively assess content mastery using WEEP. There are many other ways to assess a student's content mastery. I've seen too many times how students work hard to be on track and yet are held back from graduation due to that testing barrier. These are dreams deferred by an arbitrary and ultimately invalid assessment. The good news is that we can change that. Louisiana can reach the ESSA goal of 90% graduation. I know that you're here today because you're someone who is dedicated to creating opportunity, along with our students, their families, and colleagues, leading with such great love across the state of Louisiana. We want to teach our youth that it does pay off to stay in school, to study, and that everyone gets a fair chance. By expanding graduation criteria for English learners, you are teaching us that we can believe education is a pathway to opportunity for all.
Thank you. That's all the public comment, Dr. Bobby.
So many thoughts, comments, and questions. One, well, thank you for your story, your testimonies. I really appreciate it. Thank you, too, for your hard work. This is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. But I think one of the things that I need to highlight is my embarrassment, because if I hear this right, we are not counting English language learners in the accountability system. Is that true?
We are.
Thomas, do you want to specify? So there's a line in here about after 3 years. Tell me more.
It's a period of time. There's a period of time before the student goes into the assessment component of the accountability system. Until such point, they use the English language proficiency assessment separately as their component.
What period of time is it?
The first 3 years.
So the first 3 years, English language learners in the school accountability system, their English language proficiency test score is used in the accountability system. So I knew we had that test in accountability. I think that it's important. I think it's sparked some really important growth. But philosophically, I'm a person that feels like standards and expectations for systems should be higher than what falls on individuals. And right now, it seems like there's a mismatch, right? Like we're putting these really heavy standards on individuals compared to even what we do with systems. And so that I have some follow-up questions and those kinds of things, but that one just was like a slap in the face.
Ms. Orange-Jones.
First of all, I agree with Dr. Wilkie. Just want to commend and thank you both for your leadership, your advocacy on behalf of your students, for your commitment, the fact that this is all happening in addition to your daily responsibilities. Working with your students is extraordinary, and I want to thank all of our speakers today who came and shared bravely and honestly about your own lived experience. I've been here at this dais now almost a very long time, over a decade. And it's very seldom that I get to witness the kind of, where you can share so candidly what you're experiencing, and the entire room is listening to you and hears you and affirms you. So I just want to recognize you. I don't know what the formal thing is to do, or I'd like to put forward a there is a motion on the table. I'd like to put forward an actual substitute motion that addresses the motions that were being put forward today. Technically, how do I do that, Mr. Chair? Can I just say them?
Yeah, just say it, and Ms. Davis can advise if we need to write
Great.
anything.
I need them. Can someone give them to me?
So we're receiving.
It was a motion.
We're receiving.
Yeah,
Receiving.
but I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're in
There's some
slide
action.
20. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Where is that? Okay, hold on.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen. I'll just read the screen. Okay. All right. I'd like to forward this motion for emergency consideration for currently Excel eligible students slated for 2023 graduation. Motion, I can do them together, right? Motion for LDOE to draft bulletin language to codify Excel and return with an update in the April vesting meeting, and a motion for LDOE to coordinate with policy liaison and legislature if applicable to create a pathway for Excel to be in state statute. Any second?
Second.
Great.
Mr. Miller.
Okay. Ms. Orange Jones has a motion to second. Davis.
It's up there.
It's on the screen.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. Ms. Boucher and Ms. Walker.
I've been fortunate enough to have heard the presentation before I spoke with these two ladies here, and I do want to applaud you. Your research is really extensive. It's been exhausting. You've been, over the last couple of years, directed to what other states are doing, putting forward together, and you've done an incredible job of assembling all of this information. And I do think that you do have we have a growing population of English learners. I know in my parish it's a very high percentage at this point as well. I don't know if it's going to take any legislation like we had to do for the students with disabilities, that they did not have to pass the LEAP 2025 tests as written, if there were alternate ways to show their street. And I think that's part of one of the motions they look at, if you need any particular legislation to do so. But there has got to be a pathway to graduation for students who are coming to us. Because we have them every day walking in at the age of 15, 16 with absolutely no English language skills. While they may have obviously a tremendous work ethic, work strength hard, master the content in particular courses, they cannot demonstrate these things on statewide assessments because the reading level of these assessments is high, but they're being asked to do within the assessment. It's very difficult to express in a language that is not native. I think if you look at the proposal, when you're looking at kindergarten through 6th grade, they would not be part of this. That gives students sufficient time to acquire the language skills necessary to go ahead and be successful on high school assessments. And as students come to us at the age of 13, 14, 15, with absolutely no English skills, it's really almost impossible unless they have an exceptional, pathway to reach this. So I would be in support of trying to develop this pathway. I know we have as a consideration, it's in our plan and possibly legislative hurdles, but whatever we need to do to get this process going.
Ms. Rock.
First, I just want to thank y'all for doing all this hard work and for being the voice for these students. And I want to thank you guys for coming out and being brave and saying your story. And I think and I believe that y'all deserve as much of a chance to be a graduate as I do. And I really think that y'all deserve to have a voice and be and have y'all's have y'all's story heard, because y'all went through traumatic events, and that's what y'all need is to be able to speak up and have a voice to be able to do what y'all want to do. If you want to fly, if you want to if you want to be an architect, you want to be you want to school counselor. So I just really think that y'all deserve a chance at being a U.S. citizen, not just like being a teenager and having stimulus to 55 years.
Ms. Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have had the benefit of speaking to these two wonderful ladies who've done a lot of hard work. I will say that this is an opportunity, and I feel like some of this is self-inflicted wounds, but the fact that we're so far behind other states simply because of our own policy or lack of policy with respect to these areas. What I like about the motions, particularly number 2 and 3, is that they allow time for additional consideration and study. So I appreciate those two that say, look, let's draft some bulletin language that we can consider, bring back to this body, study, and then implement. And same thing with respect to number 3. I understand the urgency around number 1 because we've got students that are in the pipeline that are impacted by this. So I do think that these 3 motions have been carefully thought through and give us an opportunity to take some immediate action as it relates to what I'll call the crisis as it relates to individual students that exist now, but at the same time give us as a body to responsibly dig in with the support of the department and then consider some language that we may be able to pass in terms of policy. So thank you again for your hard work. This is fantastic.
Mr. Gardner.
Yes, we'd like to ask for some clarification on the part 1 of the motion. Is this the part that says motion for emergency consideration for currently eligible students slated for 2023 graduation? Is this motion asking us to approve the graduation and diplomas for these students for this year?
No, I don't think yeah, it is this only on an emergency basis, right? But yeah.
It's asking us to decide today to give them a diploma?
I think I need the technical clarification from the superintendent specifically on how we would do it, but I imagine it would be some type of waiver. Can you speak to that before you respond, Mr. Garvey? Do you have a perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just think there are a lot of questions I don't know about number 1.
How to do it?
Yeah. And then, from what I understand on 2 and 3, that actually gives us time to, if it's the will of the board to craft something, and then have time to socialize it and move it through channels. I'm uncertain how we would do 1 today.
What happens if we don't do 1 today? Wouldn't we be, like, these students are slated to graduate or not graduate this year? So
I mean, if we did 1 today, we're putting faith in these processes that we just saw 15 minutes ago in terms of how to determine if students are graduating. And I think that's a little complicated, considering, you know, when we graduate a student in Louisiana, we have a certain belief that these are the set of skills that the student needs to have. I just think it's awful soon right now in the moment to do number 1 when there are unresolved questions around it that I have. And probably members of the board have as well. I mean, if we're coming back in April, this is what the direction is, maybe we could sort that out on number 1 between now and April as well.
Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, with that in mind, I would suggest that we defer on first, number one, until April. But that's up to you. I would further say that I've heard it said here today that without allowing these students to graduate when they're not proficient in English, it cuts off their future opportunities. If I'm reading it right, I just looked it up. These students, if they do not get a diploma, can still enter community college with a HiSET certificate. And the HiSET is offered in Spanish, according to the HiSET website. So I don't think that not giving them a diploma would deprive them of growing their future plans and achieving their future plans in the United States. So I would suggest that you keep that in mind when people are saying that denying them a diploma cuts off their future in the United States. That does not sound true from what I'm reading. I would also suggest that the employers in Louisiana, well, let me back up. I heard it said that these students know the content knowledge of what's being tested by our LEAP tests, our end of course tests, our graduation tests. I would say that that's not an accurate statement. I would say that part of what our test is testing is proficiency in English. And that goes to the point I was going to make a minute ago, which is that the employers that look at these diplomas, I think, are reasonably relying on the thought that these diplomas mean that they can assign duties to these potential employees in English and have them understand the duties that are being assigned. I think that's what is being said by us awarding diplomas. That part of what is being said is that these diploma carrying people understand English to a certain degree. And I don't think it's that we're saying it's a very high degree. My understanding is the level of English that you need to know in order to get a diploma is not all that high. But yet, the employers are relying on that standard to say, well, if I give assignments in English, my employees will know what it means if they have a high school diploma. So I think by giving a high school diploma to a person that does not have proficiency in English, we will be misleading our employers. And for those reasons, although I don't mind studying this further, unless new information comes out, I would be, or tend to be, against awarding diplomas to students that are not proficient in English.
Before we go any further, Ms. Davis, can you come to the table? I have a question to ask Dr. Donnelly. He was not certain. I want to make sure we don't run afoul of public meeting, public notice requirements. Ms. Davis, can you shed some light on if it's possible for us to do what was proposed today, and if not, what we would have to do?
You can definitely do number 2 and 3. You could refer an item to the April agenda with possible policy language for both of those items. But for number 1, because it was not noticed as consideration of alternate graduation requirements, that's one thing. You couldn't just willy-nilly make that motion and have it be a policy. And then I would think if you had alternate criteria, we would need that to be in policy, as well as how we're going to verify these Excel eligible students, you know, the whole process for it, not just.
The short answer is it would run afoul of public.
Yes.
Public meeting, open meeting.
Anytime you make a change to existing policy.
Okay. Ms. Orange, in light of that opinion, since it's your substitute motion, I'm going to go to you.
So I think I need more clarification. Ms. Davis So what would have to happen? What would be the steps that have to happen?
I think we would have to refer all of these things to the April agenda.
Including 2 and 3?
Well, you're you're asking the department to come in April with the bulletin language. So that would come to us in April anyway. And then also, number 1, you can include, if you all wanted to, come in April using some sort of waiver process or approving some kind of waiver process in policy.
Would it be better if we just moved this to tomorrow to allow time for you to get the formal language?
Well, it seems to me that because we don't have to move it to tomorrow.
No, I'm sorry, for the motion language, sorry, not for the policy.
I think you could do all 3 to turn items to the April agenda to include the following. And list those 3 things out, removing the word motion.
Okay. I'll amend my motion to be that.
Yeah.
Can I, sorry, I was gonna answer like the high set question, because I appreciate we did do a bunch of research regarding the high set. Could I answer that question?
If you don't mind, we're trying
Yeah, absolutely.
to, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I want to echo, like, you guys have worked super hard over this for the last couple of years, for sure. I just want to ask Ms. Warren-Jones a clarifying question. The policy in the motion, is that for us to develop policy that aligns, like, word for word to what was presented here? Or are you asking us to bring forward some related policy, or essentially this?
This.
I just asked for
It's
clarification, so I know what we're.
The second bullet is essentially the department drafting policy.
But what I'm asking is, the policy that you want us to craft, you want it to align to what the Excel graduation pathway individuals set forth to be the policy?
With the expertise of the department to consider the many nuances that could possibly be captured.
But this is the model you want us to utilize for the policy.
Yeah, this is the intention.
Point of order for clarification on the motion. If the superintendent has suggested changes, would you be expecting him to bring those suggestions?
Sure, certainly. We want the expertise of the department applied, but these 3 things should be considered.
Thank you.
Now that we had that clarified, back to the table.
Yeah, I really appreciate the high set question. We've looked a lot into that, and specifically like as educators, like looking for that route in the past for past students. The high set is incredibly different from the LEAP 2025 curriculum and pathway. And so what it would require is high schools to have like high set sort of preparation teachers in order to teach that content, but also to teach that content in a native language. So it would require more funding per districts in order to hire those experts in the high set who are also bilingual, trilingual as well.
Students currently take electives in high school. Could a high set course be one of those electives? We have course choice programs. Could a high set preparatory class be a course choice option?
I'm not aware of a course code that aligns with HISEP prep. I think I was pointing to it being taught by someone who's bilingual. Also, this is an undue burden on districts.
Well, I would not agree with the description of it as being an undue burden. Let me add one other thing. There was a mention of not being able to get into the military service. If you don't have a high school diploma, my understanding is that you can get into military service with a high set. Is that true? Ms. Davis is shaking yes. Okay, so that option would not be cut off either for children without a diploma. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Pesky?
So we certainly want to open up opportunities for all of our students to go to college. They want to pursue a career. They want to just get a job. If they want to go to the military. We certainly want to afford them that opportunity, but I hope that we want to look for most expensive options possible for our children to go to college. So as we further study the proposal, we want to keep that in mind, that these young people who want to become architects and school counselors, that we want to make that available to them as much as possible. So I just want us to be sure that we take that into consideration.
Thank you, brother.
Ms. Edelman, can you come back up? I have a question. Yes, ma'am. I don't know much about the military, but I believe you do. Can you talk about your military service and what you know relative to their entry requirements?
I'm a former captain in the U.S. Army. It depends on the branch of military service as to whether or not they take a high set or high school diploma. High school diploma would obviously, certain branches of military service are going to weigh that a lot more heavily and not require a waiver or something in addition that a student would have to do. Our particular student that wanted to join the military, I believe, is wanting to go into the Air Force, and they do require a diploma.
There, there's a question too. To be a pilot in the U.S. Air Force, I think to get a commercial pilot's license, I believe you have to know English. So I suggest that may be part of the reason why the Air Force has such an importance on knowing English in order to get into the Air Force.
The question here isn't that students don't know English, it's that they don't know it at the level required to pass the LEAP exam, which is a much higher proficiency rate than what would typically be expected. So they are on path to learning English, they simply haven't had enough time.
Dr. Davis.
And I guess when I think about things as a researcher and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to operationalize a concept, the two things that you ask yourself is whether or not the way you are measuring something is both reliable and valid. And valid is the idea that are you measuring what you think you are measuring? And so here for our English as a second language learner populations, with the LEAP, if we think that we are measuring concept knowledge when we ask them to take a biology test in English, we are not measuring what they know. We are measuring what they know plus their English language skills, which means it's not a valid measure of what we are trying to gauge. And I think about this as, when we were talking about the enormously high failure rate for the end of course exam in U.S. history, right? It has the highest failure rate out of all of our end of course exams. I was astonished by this. So I went and I told my now senior in high school about that, and I said, what do you think is going on there, Cooper? And his response was, well, it's not really a history test, it's a reading comprehension test, right? And so in the same way that that test is problematic for us, and we are making changes as a result of what we have learned surrounding that test, that is what needs to be done here. We're not currently measuring what our English as a second language learners know in a way that is valid. And it is a disservice to these students.
Ms. Fisher.
And I was really gonna, Dr. Davis said it so eloquently, and that's the point I was gonna try to make. With the LEAP test, we are supposed to be measuring the content standards, not the English proficiency. We're measuring English proficiency with the other test. So when they're taking U.S. history, and they're taking biology, and they're taking math, we're supposed to be measuring those concepts. If you gave me a test right now, a math test, in Spanish, I could not demonstrate my knowledge of mathematics in that language. And that's the situation we're looking at. Now, we have worked with a whole group of students, our students with special needs, where we have these particular waivers because of many different reasons. This particular group of So students can demonstrate their mastery of the content in a way that does not necessarily pass above belief test. You know, I think some of us have some issues with the assessment tests themselves to see what they're really are measuring. Like Dr. David said, you know, I'd like to see U.S. history test measure more U.S. history. But that's a whole nother, I guess, point of discussion. Now, I know when I originally had discussions with these ladies, that we talked about different types of assessments, like the English proficiency, that was parallel. In other words, for employers to know, is this student proficient in English? We have an L test. If they're making the progress along the continuum that they should be making on that, is that a substitute then at that point? I mean, there's some discussion here that we can come to some reasonableness to, because we are seeing many students who cannot pass the content area if it is in a different language, if they cannot get here longer. And it is not, y'all, it is not an English test, it is not an English proficiency test. It is a test to master content standards in particular subject areas, because the L test is a test of English proficiency in oral, speaking, writing. It has the different domains that you need to demonstrate in terms of your proficiency in the language itself. So maybe we can look at marrying those two together. I'm sure that our accountability divisions can take a look at that as well, because we have all of that data. So there should be a way that these students are able to demonstrate their content mastery without necessarily passing the belief test that they have been in the country less than 7 years.
I think along those lines, hearing the concerns that Mr. Garvey raised is, we know we have a test that measures English language proficiency. We even named it that, which was really convenient. I'm not quite sure of all the Title VI prohibitions, and, you know, always want to be careful with the federal government. But I do think with the motion that this gives the department until April, right? You guys did an amazing amount of work. It's just absolutely incredible. I think this is a lot to work with. The superintendent and the department also have the opportunity to listen to some of the board's concerns and see what is possible moving forward. So, I think that that's something that can be taken into consideration. I mean, I didn't know about the HiSET having a reading test in Spanish. You know, I think there's just a lot of options. You know, you guys have already talked through with many of those, and I imagine the department will be calling on you to kind of talk about the pros and cons as you, you know, were part of this process. The good news for the people in the audience who've been highly engaged is that you get to continue to be highly engaged with us. I think others had comments.
Mr. Keskins.
One quick question. The U.S. history and biology exams, are they offered in any other language, Spanish or some other language native to those from other countries? And I asked that in connection with Dr. Bopey's earlier comment about we have placing burdens and higher standards. We place higher standards and burdens on individuals than we place on ourselves.
Ms. Orange.
I just wanted to follow up, Mr. Garvey, with your initial concern about what the LEAP test was assessing, and Ms. Boucher's response to that about the distinction between content and language. I was wondering what your thoughts were on that. Does that resonate with you?
I guess I would have to stop and think about all the different jobs that are out there, and to what extent an employer may assign a biology-related task to an employee, or reference U.S. history in assigning a task, such as, remember how in 10 years ago, this issue was addressed it's part of history, that's how I want you to address this now. You know, there are many different jobs and many different levels of the extent to which an employee might need to talk about history and biology in English in order to get their assignments assigned and addressed correctly. So I would assume that there are some where that is required, in some jobs. And to the extent that they are, if we are telling an employer by issuing a diploma, or implying to an employer by issuing a diploma, that the students can take those assignments when those assignments are spoken to them or assigned in English, then I think we're misleading the employer.
Dr. Day. Well, Ms. Jones, I'm sorry, before I move on.
Well, I just like to say, like, to that point, that I hear your concerns, but somehow employers in Texas and Florida are figuring out a way to make it work, right? Like, their economies have not imploded because we have given English as a second language learners an alternative path to a high school diploma. I mean, there's a way to make this work if we put our minds to it.
I would also, in response, say that Florida and Texas, I think also Texas, have very extensive, or are working on very extensive education savings accounts. They've figured out how to do that. But I don't think that you support that position. So just because Texas is doing it, Florida is doing it, I don't think that means that Louisiana should be doing it.
At this point in time, there are no other public comments regarding the topic. We have a motion and a second on Ms. Orange Jones. Mr. Morris.
Could somebody repeat the motion?
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Ross.
It's the second and third motion on the screen, bringing it back in April.
It's all of it. It's just
Bringing it in April.
it's what's on the screen in front of you or it's behind me, and it's all coming back in April with proposed language.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Holler?
Is to have more discussion, right?
Have more discussion.
That says that there's going to be
And for the
draft
different
bulletin language.
And for number one.
I
would say that they, part of the April agenda, a recommendation regarding emergency consideration for graduates, recommendation of bulletin language regarding this program, and then a recommendation to create a pathway.
Get back.
Ms. Ross.
Read it again.
Okay, so we're going to do the motion for emergency consideration language, draft bulletin language for the Excel program, and the language for possibility to go to the legislature to bring that back in April to Bessie.
Ms. Michelle, correct? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clear, is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition to the motion. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 45, item 6.2, consideration of the recognition of Ms. Rylan Rocca, 2022-2023 student representative for the Bessie Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, and introduction of Ms. Abigail Clifton, 2023-2024 student representative. The recommendation is to recognize and introduce.
Superintendent Brumman.
Need a motion?
Oh, motion. Ms. Ellis, second.
Second.
Superintendent.
Shannon, are you doing this? Okay. So we are very fortunate to have a student representative on this particular board, Ms. Rylan Rocca, and just today, she was able to lend her voice to the conversation. We thank you so much for that. And the role that you've played over this board over the last year. No doubt you've gained experience. Hopefully you gained some knowledge that will help you along the way as you move forward into leadership roles, both with the university and then all things life. And so I hope that this was a fulfilling opportunity for you. And I know that we have enjoyed having you here and interacting with you and asking you questions about high school and your basketball team and college and all those kind of things. So I just want to acknowledge you and I want to say thank you. I think the Bessie team may have some additional remarks or not, but Dr. Bofi wants to share.
I'm so very proud of you. I know that your home, everyone in your home district of Cameron is so extremely proud of you, and that it is a big deal for a high school student from Cameron Parish to serve on a state board of education in Baton Rouge. It's a big deal because of the opportunities. I'm sure you've learned more about education and will have a perspective. Will have a perspective that that others just can't gain without the kind of experiences that you've had. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the time. I know there was a lot of miles put on vehicles to get you here. A lot of long traveling. Fortunately, it's through Southwest Louisiana, which is absolutely beautiful. So that's great. But thank you for your service, and it's remarkable for you to stand up and do this work, and also to come. I know that it's incredibly competitive with the Louisiana Association of Student Councils. To be selected as the student to serve on Advocacy is an incredible honor. So congratulations for all those things, and you need to stay in touch with us. You need to stay in touch with us. Thank you.
Do you have any comments, Ms. Rockman?
I would like to start off by saying thank you to the Bessie board members for being so kind and helpful throughout this past year. This was truly an opportunity of a lifetime, and it would not have been possible without Student Council and my amazing advisor, Ms. Pullman. Although she could not be here today, I would like to thank her for supporting me throughout this journey. Please don't take this the wrong way. But one thing I want to recommend to the board is to basically train the student representatives on what the terminology that will be used during the meeting means. I say this because as much as I try to understand what y'all say, it flies right over my head. And I want future student representatives to be able to fully understand and be active in the conversation. And with that being said, your new student representative is an amazing, strong, confident person. I just know in my heart that she will do an amazing job at being the voice of the students of Louisiana. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all, Miss Abigail Clifton.
Hello everybody, it's a pleasure to be here. And my name is Abigail Clifton. I'm from Northwood High School, Shreveport, Caddo Parish. And I just want to say how excited and honored I am to be able to sit alongside of y'all and help y'all and work with y'all. And thank you, Ron, for your kind words. That's great.
All right. Ms. Barker, we have a token. If you want to come down,
Yes, I'd like to.
Ms. Clifton, before we move on, I just want to say, me representing Caddo Parish, I'm looking forward to working with you again next year. I know you reached out at the beginning of the process. If you have any questions, I know everybody on this board is more than willing to help you. So please don't hesitate to introduce yourself, get to know us, and ask any questions you have. So, Ms. Rock, I thank you for everything. There's a motion and a second on the table. I believe there's any opposition. The motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 46, item 7.1, consideration of the summary of public comment and agency response concerning public comment received in reference to the January 20th, 2023 notice of intent regarding Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, and Bulletin 741, non-public, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators. The recommendation is to receive this car, authorize Bessie staff to submit the report to the Legislative Oversight Committees, direct Bessie staff to proceed with the final adoption of the January 20th, 2023 notice of intent regarding revisions to Bulletin 741 and 741 non-public with the submission of the final rule in April 2023 edition of the Louisiana Register. Additional backup has been distributed.
Ms. Boucher, motion, second. Superintendent Brumman.
No presentation. If there are questions, Mr. Bradford can answer those for you.
Is there any questions? Okay. We have one public comment card from an individual that is in support of the recommendation that does not wish to speak. It's Mr. Rahman. And then one individual, Juana Marino, who does wish to speak. Mr. Marino still here?
You hear me? Good afternoon already. So, I learned a lot about the process. This is my first public comment. I'm a faculty at the LSU, but also a member of the Computer Science Education Advisory Commission. First, I would like to thank you, Mr. Morris, Dr. David, also Ms. Townsend, that have discussed with me this intent to modify the bulletin. So I think we all agree that computer science and computing is very important, that we have to create awareness in all the levels of in Louisiana, that we need a workforce with expertise on computing in general and cybersecurity, networking, data science, programming, all those areas of computer science. So I would like just to suggest some simple tweaks that we may give modifications to the bulletin more aligned with the spirit of the two acts passed last summer. So one of my first suggestion will be to rename the foreign languages header in the bulletins to foreign languages and computer science. Computer science courses are going to be added under that header. My second suggestion is to rename the new courses Programming 1 and Programming 2 rather than coding as a foreign language to reduce the confusion for, in particular for students that could go to college out of the state, that many universities require foreign language, they have foreign language requirement. My last suggestion is temporarily drop the IBC requirement for the incoming academic year while more data is gathered. For example, some of the programming language that the IBC has been approved, as Python, for example, that IBC has been just approved. So next year will be the first one where this data can be gathered. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? No opposition, motion passes. Next one, please.
That concludes your agenda.